Nick Rewind was a programming block on Teen Nick, which reran shows like Rocko's Modern Life, which has Charlie Adler, aka Awful Be Bad. Get down! That's not what we're here to talk about. In fact, let's go back to the Reagan years again.
Amir missed me.
There's nothing worse than a bad programming block, multiple flavors of diarrhea all in the same time slot. Well, believe it or not, I found one worse than My Little Pony and Friends.
Press the button to begin.
Hey, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
We wish that every rotten cloud would lose a smile and wear a frown. I love to gloom a women near. I love to spread my cheer. I love to scowl and steer.
Way more fun.
Sir Isaac Newton unraveled the mysteries of gravity. But could he have unraveled the mysteries of Rubik's Cube?
Rubik's Cube is a combinational puzzle toy released in 1974, created by Erno Rubik, a professor in architecture. It was a technical marvel of its time and is an iconic product to this day, although it was no phenomenon until it was released internationally in 1980. Hell, I had an Angry Birds one that was probably bootleg judging by Google, but it had Angry Birds on it and still went hard. These cubes are such a phenomenon that they got their own cartoon to cash in on the spectacle, with 1983's Rubik's The Amazing Cube airing from September to December of 1983 and being reran throughout 84 and 5. But unlike any other product placement show in existence, there's usually like lore or characters or even wheels or something to make a narrative story out of. But Rubik's Cube is a rainbow-colored cube. It's a hunk of plastic with zero fiction. How do you make extended fiction with it? Imagine if Netflix dropped Stanley the Talking Cup. But this is real. It feels like a parody of 80s media. But not even most dated 80s media is this 80s. And that's exactly the problem. The show itself did get a parody on Robot Chicken.
Rubik, here to help!
Ugh, that voice is like getting anal sexed in the ear canal!
But you don't even need to know the thing that exists because it's a conceptual joke in of itself. Like, it sounds like a thing they made up. Rubik's the Cube is sentient. He's amazing, by the way, because he was given a head, face, and feet. Rubik's has the magical powers of whatever is convenient to the plot. He has an annoying chipmunk voice, too.
Rubik's help kids. Rubik's watchdog and kids watch TV.
Simon, shut up!
But why'd they make him like a gremlin? That's not pleasant. Looks like Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights. You know, shoving a Rubik's Cube up your vagina, that's the technical foul. You figured a show about sucking off Rubik's Cubes would make him like cute and marketable, but no, this design is repulsive. The main premise being that the Rubik's Cube is magically alive and can fly when solved. These powers are hidden when unsolved, I think. Shenanigans ensue. Rubik's belong to an evil magician, not a wizard, an evil magician whose name I'm pretty sure is never even established. Rubik's befriends the trio of Carlos, Lisa, and Ronaldo, who are all just generic kid characters. But this trio is actually some of, if not the first Hispanic American cartoon characters in a televised animated series, all being Puerto Rican. The theme song was sung by Menudo, whom are argued to be the most iconic Latino pop band and or one of the biggest boy bands in boy band history. The fact that Hispanic kids got one cartoon back in the day and this is basically a hate crime. Like, I'd rather get deported than watch this shit. There is no consistent antagonist either. Not that every story needs one, but it's always just like a guy. Like, at least when the Scooby Gang catches the 40-year-old running amok as a haunted scuba guy, he has like eyebrows to show that he's really, really mad, I guess. Like, what's scary about guys without bushy eyebrows? Each episode consisting of the characters doing dumb shit with their hellspawn Rubik's Cube in various wacky scenarios. The Rubik's Cube's powers often being a reason for conflict. The show ran for one 12-episode season. Some sources say that there were 13 episodes, so it's possible there's one lost episode titled Time Travelin' Rubik. But that may just be a rumor that made it onto official lists, similar to the missing finale finale of Kablam, which was later debunked by the creator, but somehow made it onto official scheduling. Time-traveling Rubik may have never existed, not that anybody gives a shit. The series had 3 VHS releases, a numerical duology, and one themed after the episode Rubik in Wonderland. And yeah, it's not a 80s cartoon without doing a public domain spoof because it's legal. The show's concept is so fundamentally broken that everything, unsurprisingly, has nothing to do with Rubik's Cubes, the only original thing. So even if it was actually original, it would be unrelated. Lots of bad Hanna-Barbera-ass conflicts. You've seen every plot that's been done 1,000 times. The pilot, I think, sources are inconsistent, is a Halloween special and a Scooby-Doo ripoff. The previously mentioned Rubik's in Wonderland, a cave episode, a pirate episode, a biking episode, a Jeffrey Epstein Island episode, a running away episode that turns into a Scooby-Doo bullshit extravaganza. Oh, and a dog episode that's not in the Scooby-Doo ripoff episodes.
I spoke too soon!
Like, this feels like a bad 60s cartoon, actually. If it weren't for the Rubik's Cubes and Puerto Ricans, I couldn't tell the difference. But Rubik's The Amazing Cube would be part of a programming block titled The Pac-Man Rubik's Cube Amazing Hour. They didn't even try to clap the cheeks of the titles of the 2 shows. What kind of smash title is that?
Pac-Man will be back with more chomps. Then it's my friend Rubik, the Amazing Cube, with more magical adventures. Stay tuned!
Including the 1982 Pac-Man series, simply titled Pac-Man.
The Pac is back, goes chomping at his...
No, not that one. And before you ask, no, the Pac Goth Hoochie is not in this show, but Reddit is down the hall and to the left. Thirsting over a Pac-Man character? That's a technical foul.
The police department's, last time I heard, has 20 units.
Uh-oh. This is the current craze game, Pac-Man.
I like the little man. He's really neat. He eats up all the other things, you know.
How about that Pac-Man song that I hear around here all the time?
Yeah, you sing it a lot. You hum it.
Also, obviously, Pac-Man is a maze arcade game released in 1980 and is without a doubt a cultural icon of video game history. And he is one of the first instances of video game mass franchising.
Don't you know I'm more than Pac-Man with a bow?
Like, we got Mrs. Pac-Man, a feminist edition, but then afterward they just started going ape.
Just me, or is there something different about Pac-Man?
Oh, that's just your nerves talking.
Well, I don't know. Just look at him.
Ooh, Tic Tacs.
Lots of atrocious merchandise because it's a yellow spear. Like, how do you translate something so minimal appropriately? The original name for Pac-Man was Puck-Man because he looks like a hockey puck. Pac-Man's Atari 2600 port was notoriously bad, but a bestseller for the system, being crucial to the video game market crash of '83. So, thanks, Pac-Man. I gotta put my house up for mortgage. There were a ton of non-maze arcade games to varying degrees of success and I'm sure quality. I don't know. I've never played any of them outside the actual arcade. And eventually, the Pac was back. Goes chomping at his feet. Pac's a hero. Pac just can't be beat. Whoa.
Pac-Man. More like pack all my cum into a watermelon and give it to a bunch of niggas.
But like he's yellow and he eats ghosts. It's not that complicated. Why make a complicated product like a show with stories out of it? Well, this show's concept was actually kind of innovative at the time. This was actually the first ever video game adaptation. So if you like the Freddy Fazbear Bear movie, thank this show, I guess.
It's just a theory.
Hanna-Barbera's Pac-Man cartoon would debut to success with 2 seasons, 42 episodes, and 2 TV specials, all between 82 to 83. The show stars the trio of Pac-Man, his Pac-Hoochie, and their child, Pac-Baby. Tito Pac-Man baby. He raised Pac-Baby and loves the ladies. They also have pets, a dog named Chomp, and a cat named Sourpuss.
Your face reminds me of a cat eating lemons.
A cat eating lemons?
Yeah, Sourpuss.
The setting being Pac-Land, which would actually be influential to the Pac-Land games and Pac-Land's appearances in other Pac-Man media. This is where it originates from. I mean, like the Pac was back in Pac-Land. Wait, doesn't Pac-Land look familiar? It's just Bedrock. Or no, wait, Hanna-Barbera made this show. It's most likely just recolored Bedrock.
You know what you would call the Flintstones if they were black? You'd call them Nick. Pac-Man.
You chomp his left side. We'll chomp his right.
Oh, and they stole from Freddy Fazbear.
It's just a theory.
The ghost from the game Blinky, Inky, Pinky, and Clyde return, as well as including one of the exclusive ghosts from Mrs. Pac-Man Sue, the girl one. Reddit is down the hall and to the left. My favorite Pac-Man ghost has got to be Kinky. The show would also introduce a new antagonist to lead the ghosts, Mesmeron. I guess this is Salad Finger's Sith Lord identity. I don't know why he just doesn't kick Pac-Man in his f***ing Pac testicles because he's much larger and able-bodied. He's just a generic 80s sci-fi villain. He is also a character that was never used again in any Pac-Man media. Mesmeron holding the motivation to steal the power pellets. You see, this is actually an allegory for the rich people trying to steal all the crack from the hood at the time.
Yo, this is my dog, Scrappy Doo. He helped crack up my hood in '82.
The power pellets are what the white balls in the game are called, so yes, the show involves fighting over balls. The power pellet serving as a power source to Pac-Land. His only motivation as a villain is that he wants power pellets. He shouts it in the theme song to select episodes.
Oh, I must have those power pellets!
It tells us what he wants, what he really wants, but not really why. And by the way, the theme song is somehow even f***ing worse than The Pac is Back. It's just awful, like 8-bit-ish jingle repeating the phrase Pac-Man with other obnoxious sound effects. It's like if somebody's cat, stepped on a synthesizer and they just kept the electric music boogaloo. I am not an electronic music composer to any capacity, but I do know one thing. For this type of synthesis, you need a specific type of sound card. The team probably just didn't know how to do that or didn't have the tech to have, 8-bit audio in a non-NES song yet. Or, they just f***ed it up completely. It sounds like shit. Pac-Land being the setting means that mankind are all oddly designed spherical creatures. They all look like DeviantArt OCs. The show was controversial for its violence. Yes, violence. As in Pac-Man eating ghosts because there's nothing else to adapt, so he's just gotta chomp them by the pussy. Now, the show does have action sequences, but the ghosts don't really get a chance to put up a fight.
Was that the bite of 87?
Morning, Cab. Good morning, Al. No.
They just kind of run around like assholes, because God forbid the protagonist can't get hurt. But still, the plots can become very incomprehensible very quickly. Everything is Pac-themed.
What'll it be, Mac?
We'll have 2 Waka Waka burgers and a couple of Pac-Colons.
Waka Waka burgers. What are you, Fozzie Bear?
It's just a theory.
Batteries not included.
So that's it. Mesmeron must have pack-napped Pepper and replaced her with that computerized clone.
Oh, get it? Because he's Pac-Man. That doesn't get old quickly.
How did you boys like old Pac-Full Geyser?
I am going to drink my human shotgun mouthwash because I'm a human. The ghosts are all just dumbass henchmen. They get more focus on the main villain most of the time, seemingly in an attempt to be accurate with the adaptation, which brings up the question, why is there even a sci-fi villain to begin with?
My infrared power pellet detector is picking up the power pellets to the bottom of the sea.
But the power pellets are everywhere. This is like this universe's water. There's gumball machines on the street.
R.I.P. I bet that means ring for instant power pellets.
Why don't you just buy them? However, if there's one thing from the show you probably recognize, it's either the Halloween or Christmas special, as they were both reran on Boomerang as late as 2014. It was like an annual ritual up in there, like Scary Godmother or Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
No.
Paint Huffer Reddit is down the hall and to the left. The specials are basically the same thing, but with holiday assets. Boo Haunted House. The only thing that varies between episodes is the way that ghosts meet up with Pac-Man. They'll f*** off for 4 minutes of filler.
This is a wrench!
And then the ghosts show up, and then the both extravaganza all over town. But due to Pac-Man's street cred in pop culture and importance to video game history, time and time again, every couple decades, studios try to tell a story out of the f***ing cheese wheel, which is why we got The Pack is Back, which we'll skip for now since it's not an 80s cartoon, even though I talked about a 90s puppet show last, worst 80s cartoon, whoopsie. And a upcoming live-action Pac-Man movie. What the hell is even supposed to happen? You are not Sonic the Hedgehog, your fan base is not that autistic, they're not gonna f***ing watch this shit. I'm sorry.
Did you finish that tape?
Yeah, I'm starring, I just did the soundtrack for the new Pac-Man movie. It's Pac-Man the movie. And I'm gonna be playing Miss Pac-Man.
That's great.
You wanna hear the soundtrack?
Yes, Syphil and Ollie predicted the live-action Pac-Man movie.
In a while, I start a fight with pies, and I kill a man, and I do some time.
Oh, poor clown in a prison. He's waiting and waiting.
What?
Oh, poor clown in a prison.
Don't film me.
And waiting.
The other night, I got arrested with that son of a bitch. Crazy bitch.
And Joker 2. What the fuck? What did they know?
Sumo, not from Clarence without getting into all the technical fouls, is wrestling, but with a bunch of fat guys trying to push themselves over. I think. It is only professionally practiced in Japan because in America we could watch it in a Waffle House for free. Cool Cat loves wrestling. It apparently existed as early as the year 1712, you know, where being a fat ass actually took some work because food manufacturing technology hadn't developed and we actually ate food from the ground. Hell, it was a circus act to be morbidly obese, so sumo is kinda outdated today. The strict diet could be considered unhealthy from calorie quantity and not because they're eating McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Actually consisting of rice, broth, vegetables, and even beer. Lots and lots of it. But I guess if the signature diet is healthy or not is up to debate. I don't know, I'm not a dietitian, but a degree don't mean anything in today's world if we're being real. But regardless, at the end of the day, it's barely closed, morbidly obese people harassing the shit out of each other. It's a stereotype-worthy art. I mean, like, it's still a thing, only in Japan, and is just one of those things you see in the background of episodes where characters go to Japan. Like, it's literally in Cars 2 for about 5 seconds. That's how you know it's a cliche exaggeration of a foreign culture. So what happens when Americans decide that there should be a show out of this rather unorthodox competitive sport? Well, you get super duper sumos. Why do they have to be both super and duper? That's just gluttonous.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
Hey, man, I'm so happy, so glad I want to check myself, pinch myself, look at me, I love myself, and since that's where it's at, I don't want to get skinny, but what? I like the bigger heart that's within me.
Super Duper Sumos was created by Kevin O'Donnell, who wrote a bunch of random crap that nobody cares about besides Rainbow Bright for you fats watching. Liberty's Kids, which I guess is somewhat liked for things you're forced to watch in school standards. But let's be real, you ain't putting this on when you get home. Martin is our friend, but only at school. The creator is presumably American. It takes heavy influence from Japanese culture, but was animated in Canada. But at least in America, it aired between September 22nd, 2001 to February 2nd, 2003 on Nickelodeon. Due to Nickelodeon only syndicating the show, it's not something you're typically gonna see on the top 10 most abysmal Nick shows. But trust me, if this were a Nickelodeon original, it would absolutely be on those types of lists. It only had 1 season, not 3, because Nickelodeon loves not airing new episodes for an eternity to try and hype up the fact that it's coming back without greenlighting more content to save money. Some sources say that in other countries it has 2 seasons, not that anybody cares. On Nickelodeon, it aired on a short-lived programming block titled SLAM, which stood for Super Large Action Madness, obviously oriented around mostly action or edgier shows, trying to get all the kids that were emo cause of 9/11's attention, which also consisted of Speed Racer X, the later Hot Topic renowned Invader Zim, Butt Ugly Martians, Nickelodeon Robot Wars and Men in Black the series. Now, before we even talk about the contents of the show, we have to address the elephant in the room, quite literally. You better think that fat and naked is the peak of comedy. Be sure to subscribe and ring the Taco Bell. That won't inflate the amount of empty subscribers who are never going to watch again, defeating the point of subscribing. I mean, like, they're morbidly obese and wear very little clothing. I just don't think it gets any funnier than that. Uh-oh, this had to be somebody's gay awakening. This was probably one of the first instances of what we call the writer's poorly disguised fetish we see in the modern day. Like, come on, are these characters really just super friends if they're hanging out naked all the time and slapping their asses together? Like, there's probably something behind them we can't see in more ways than one. And I'm really not exaggerating. Was this really appropriate for children? Like, could they get away with this now? Were we just too distracted over George Bush not caring about black people? Another reason why sumo is a nearly dead sport is possibly because of the potential sexual undertones. Not that American wrestling doesn't consist of men rubbing their asses against the opponent, but you know, they take steroids, they wear shirts. Okay, not always, but they a lot. The sumo's main combo move is where they slap their barely closed asses together. In fact, most of the promotional material uses this power move as, like, a reason to watch it. Oh, it's okay for children, they have a G-string on. I mean, like, the characters that are adults aren't technically shaking their asses in a sexual manner.
This is the way of the fat.
The characters love to use the word fat, like it's their religion, basically.
You can smell the fat. Most honorable.
It's just kind of copying the Force from Star Wars, but with fat.
Your butt is trivial, paltry, dishonorable.
Excuse me, Chemo. My butt has something he wants to say to you.
In terms of talking about their giant assholes, they give the Charmin bears a run for their money.
I'll pick it up. They're clean. Cuz my hand is clean. Oh yeah, I'm Charmin clean.
It also just kind of glorifies obesity to children in the process. Yeah, kid, you want to save the day? Eat 12 Boston creams. That won't give you uncurable heartburn for 5 days. The show ain't called Super Duper Hoochie Mamas, so I guess it's not technically softcore porn in a kid's show. Like, who made this shit? Deke Entertainment? Yeah, Deke made a show about man boobs and assholes.
Do you see anything? Yeah, Booma's butt. And it's not pretty.
It's very insistent on hyper-stimulating kids through giggling over nudity, and that is its greatest issue because that is 90% of the entire show without exaggeration. Now, like any kid during the prime of No Child Left Behind, I love me some Captain Underpants. And as I've said before, it is the peak of toilet humor because it actually had a point. It doesn't star a naked superhero for no reason. The titular hero is a hypnotized principal of a crooked Ohioan elementary school. The point of the series is to encourage children to question authority, given that many of the conflicts are a result of unfair treatment in public school. Highly exaggerative and lowbrow, but shockingly full of substance. Sumos is like another one of the most abysmal 2000s cartoons. The Nut Shack, which I've already discussed in extensive detail, but where the Nut Shack makes tons of dick jokes for no reason, this time it's fat and naked. And yes, I'm seriously complaining about the Nut Shack in the year 2025, but it's a free country, suck it. Also during the prime of No Child Left Behind, I love me some Total Drama Island, but I don't think I'd be laughing if Owen was naked in every scene.
We get to stay, yay! We get to stay!
Wait, why isn't the Quartering reviewing this show? These characters are not only cross-dressers, but they're also in a biracial, homosexual, polyamorous relationship. This is a pretty woke tune to my understanding. I'm the old Norm. I want normal sumos. Oh yeah, the actual show. Now, there's been a ton of like wrestlers or martial artist cartoons over the years where the athletes are superheroes. You know, stuff along the lines of that. The creator, Kevin O'Donnell, has writing credits for Pro Stars, an infamous both athlete and superhero show starring Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, and Bo Jackson. O'Donnell also has an executive producer credit on Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. So I imagine Donald just copy-pasted elements from these two shows that he also worked on, superheroes and wrestlers together. Our heroes being the main trio of Booma, Kimu, and Mamu. Mamu can't put down the cup. Johnny Booma isn't the real Slim Shady because he can't stand up, nor is he slim. Kimmo is like the leader, I guess. They're all fat and naked, but that's okay because it has diversity, because diversity automatically makes a show great. That's how that works. The theme song mostly consists of the phrase, which again reminds me of the Nutshack theme seemingly being an excuse to repeat the genitalia pun over and over again, and is also one of the worst theme songs I've ever heard. The Guts and Butts main chorus was also like the slogan for the show, and oh my gamut, Asian people kidnapped Judy. They also have a girl assistant character who's basically the April O'Neil of the show named Primo, and okay, that's even more questionable, like this 9-year-old is hanging out with a bunch of naked fat men? What? This is why Shrina from Detention is emo. She got molested by a bunch of fat men.
A little bit of Shrina's what I like. A little bit of Shrina's what I like.
And Lou Bega.
A horsey, a stormy, and a fire-breathing bull pig. She's my Misty. She's my Misty on the TV screen. She's a knitting machine. She's my Misty.
And you might ask yourself, well, Captain Underpants did the same thing. It's two 9-year-olds running amok in the heart of the city with a naked 40-year-old. But in Captain Underpants, it doesn't come off as pedophilic because Captain Underpants is a hypnotized alter ego. He's not exactly voluntarily taking his clothes off. George and Harold caused this. Bye, Mommy. I'm gonna go hang out with a bunch of naked fat men. The team also has a sensei named Wisdom San who looks like the human version of Big Dog from Two Stupid Dogs. I originally assumed he was dead because he mainly appears in flashbacks when it's convenient for the plot. The plots are so poorly structured that they overly rely on exposition dumps to the point where there's meta jokes about the countless exposition dumps.
A flashback? Great. That's just what we need right now. Can you make it snappy?
You can't hurt my feelings if I'm in on the joke.
This show wants to make me take an exposition dump. In terms of villains that are heartless, there's Bad Inc., a villain league. Bros think they awful be bad.
Get down!
A villain league of super friends with like an Egyptian lady, her iron-deficient boyfriend who has a penis tip on his head. What is that? Is that you can't tell me that isn't a dick. His name is Nick Cave, not Dick Cave. Oh, also the Sumos, but evil, because that's original. Then there's like this Count Chocula Cinematic Universe reject. And for a series overly relying on humor for a very young demographic, it's not like super ape shit, just out of a lack of creativity. Like you look at something like Breadwinners, which was very mean to Whitey with a lot of booty-shaking jokes, but at least it's consistent with its super ADHD nature. That's part of why I found it so insulting even at 9 years old. But this, I imagine, even failed at getting children's attention in spite of the over-reliance on nudity humor. Yeah, there's some dude's ass on screen at all time, but there's no fun to be had at anything. You know, it's not flashy, they're not singing, they're not screaming, there's no random stock images, you know, all the typical ADHD shit for bad cartoons. For something clearly also trying to be a superhero show, it hardly has enough elements. Like, I know sumo isn't the most energetic wrestling method, but it's a cartoon overly relying on toilet humor. Take a creative liberty for ass-slapping adventures. It also has transformation sequences, which were common in anime back in the day, where all the characters get prepared through a montage where they float around and is reused in each episode. Sailor Moon might be the most known utilizer of this animation saving tactic in Asia.
40 damn! Years old.
Some say that's statutory,
but I say it's mandatory.
It does that, but it's not getting you hyped for the big brawl at all. And I guess having everybody's man boobs vibrate wasn't in the budget. Like, say what you want about Teen Titans Go, but at least as a superhero comedy, it is consistently energetic, matching its comedic intention, even if it's not funny. Like, if Teen Titans Go was actually as bad 2016 cartoon reviewers were making it out to be, it would be this show. Hell, Teen Titans Go isn't worse than the 2016 Powerpuff Girls, and speaking of the Powerpuff Girls, the best way to describe sumos is that it's PPG, but it's not really a ripoff per se, but pretty much everything in this show was done better in PPG. Similar to how people call Johnny Test a Dexter's Lab ripoff. You know, it really isn't beyond the conceptual similarities of siblings in a lab going haywire, but at the end of the day, there's no reason to watch it over Dexter's Lab. Sumos was also on roughly around the same time as the PPG run from 1998 to 2005. Hell, if you really wanted a Japanese-inspired action show, the 2003 TMNT series was also out roughly at the same time, which I know is a lot of people's favorite interpretation. Similar to Powerpuff, there's a main trio of atypical superhero archetypes who fight an absurd lineup of villains of the week. The name of the setting is also a meta joke. Instead of Townsville, it's Generic City.
As mayor of Generic City, I would like to pin you with this Medal of Honor.
And you guessed it, Generic City has a mayor. Now, if you ask me growing up, the villains were the highlight of the Powerpuff Girls for me growing up. Like, I always found those characters far more memorable than the main trio. Maybe it's because I was watching a show with female leads and was embarrassed deep down. I don't know, I don't remember, but I always just remember liking the villains more. And many of the reoccurring series antagonists have iconic designs nonetheless. Yeah, that's all there is to say about Super Duper Sumos. It's the Powerpuff Girls, but / Teen Titans Go if it had no redeeming qualities whatsoever.
Welcome to TV Trash. You know, I've been getting a lot of requests to review what people like to call ghetto shows.
The 2000s were largely defined over
George Bush not caring about black people.
Mr. President, you are underestimating his power. So it was up to the white man and Filipinos to revive the blaxploitation genre, one of which was Jim Jenkins, a name you might not know, but you probably recognize at least one of the shows from if you're the right age when he was active most. Jenkins was the head of now 2 defunct animation studios, Jumbo Pictures from 1990 to 2000 and Cartoon Pizza from 2001 to 2015. And I bring these studios up because he did help in one way or another on a majority of the things the studio put out, and most notably was the creator of Doug, which, like it or not, Nostalgia Critic certainly doesn't, it is one of the most important shows in Nickelodeon's history. And by the way, I am legitimately confident the only reason this show has a divisive reputation online is that Nostalgia Critic didn't like it in 2011. Because that's a credible source for film scholars. Motherfucker tricked me into thinking 8 Crazy Nights was one of the worst movies ever made.
Oh my god, George Bush is starting this thing off!
Douglas, he doesn't care about black people!
So let's check out the top 5 worst African cartoons.
Oh no, not you too! Like, all this motherfucker did was have the same name as Nostalgia Critic, and he was cool as fuck, and y'all hated him. Why does Doug Walker hate Doug so much? Is he emo? And why is it important to Nickelodeon's history? Because it premiered alongside the Ren and Stimpy show and Rugrats in 1991, cementing Nickelodeon as an animation giant, a new era with the rise of Nicktoons. Are these 3 shows the company's Mount Rushmore? No, not even the big 3, but they are absolutely the founding fathers. Without Doug's help, there quite possibly would be no SpongeBob SquarePants, at least on on Nickelodeon. And although the character later moved to Disney, Doug is still closely associated with the classic 90s Nickelodeon. Not my generation of Nickelodeon, that's for goddamn sure.
Patrick dance, do the Patrick dance, do the Patrick dance.
Okay, another reason for its rather divisive reputation might be that the Disney years is often disliked by fans. If you've only seen Disney's Doug, it might have actually left a bad taste in your mouth for the show in general. Look, I've never binged either, I don't have an opinion there, but without getting into all the conflict that led to the shutdown of the two animation studios, Jenkins has a ton of creator credits, whether it be primary, secondary, or tertiary. Creator nonetheless credits beyond Doug, which includes Allegra's Window, PB&J Otter, JoJo's Circus, Stanley, and Pinky Dinky Doo. Such a shame that JoJo got gloomed and died from exposure 3 days later.
Oh, get down!
Pinky Dinky Doo was an alright watch for me back in the day. It's the only show of his I can actually say I'm nostalgic for. Coincidentally enough, the pilot actually got found recently. Yeah, we got the Pinky Dinky Doo pilot before GTA 6.
A pretty pink pet pony. Well, I like ponies.
Oh, girl, put your pants on. The 23-year-old users are gonna get a little carried away, don't you think?
I'm so glad you guys are invited. This is even better than the time I grounded little brown bear.
Don't call your mom horrible again. You're grounded for a month. Go to your room.
One of the characters' names is P. Diddy Pony.
Star of this year's show was P. Pitty Pony. P. Pitty was a famous singing and dancing pony who came
Sorry, P. Pitty Pony. Got mixed up there. Whoops. Oh, no, wait, he's a rapper, evident by his bling and brown fur. This show has a parody of Diddy and panty shots.
No, Pinky, watch out, he's gonna give you a record deal. Pinky, no, he's gonna want to see your pink. Pinky, stop caring about black horses.
Like President Garfield? Please,
Nah, you sent that fat bastard after me. Death penalty.
But possibly the most obscure show Jenkins ever created, because it never aired on TV, was Hoop Dogs.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
Nothing you can say, ain't nothing you can do. We be born in you, we be born in you.
Okay, well, Hoop Dogs didn't air on TV, it was direct-to-video, and you might ask, well, why? He's a TV guy. Well, it's because it has a religious bias, so it ain't going to the mainstream consumers, not helped by George Bush not caring about black people and ironically blacklisting black shows.
What the f***, I'm white. You're welcome.
Now, for a title like Hoop Dogs with a Z, you'd expect it to be a bad
ghetto show. Like
the Nut Shack or the Slim Shady Show or the Trap House animated series.
Donnell, man, what in the fuck you doing, old goat mouth ass nigga? The nay-nay nigga. Why? Cause the trap made 30 stacks today, nigga.
Or El Hugoney's failed test pilot duology Green Money Weed Connection.
He gives me his Oreos and I start eating. Got milk, nigga? You got some fucking milk?
Or the Friday animated series that didn't even have Ice Cube or Chris Tucker. Okay, first they couldn't even get Chris Tucker back for the second and third movie, and then they make a show without the two main guys? What's even the fucking point? No wonder it bombed. And with its title, you'd be correct in its assumption of being urban, but I'd like to call it more ghetto adjacent. It's a Wigger show. Also a religious Wigger show. Because when I think American media with canonically low-class settings, I think white people. So it's a black show made by a white guy, but not an epic one like the Cleveland show, and it's also Christian. But if you're making a show about a kind of neighborhood and you're not from inside the neighborhood, it's gonna be pretty obvious. Which wasn't insensitive of Jenkins, but he had no knowledge of the stories he was trying to tell. I mean, like, I guess they play basketball and they got that dog in them, and dog is spelled incorrectly. Sheet, I don't think it gets any more hood than that.
It's a slam dunk.
How about you slant some lasagna into the oven and then dunk some crack on it, you fat fucking mutt?
Hoop Dogs was advertised as a comedy series for families inspired by the 10 Commandments. So I guess they wanted to make one commandment per episode. You can fill in the blanks about the plans.
Hell no. I don't want to learn about the Bible from some fucking poodle.
But it only had 4 episodes, probably because it sold abysmally. It was also CG because VeggieTales, let's be real. You were on thin ice for VeggieTales ripoffs too, Hoop Dogs, damn it. However, it was originally supposed to be in 2D like the majority of the Jenkins catalog. At the end of the first episode, we do get to see 2D animation during a conclusive Bible story detailing how Moses received the 10 Commandments, with a much more Doug-adjacent art style, which is a much better look. It's not the most unique thing, but it's the thing they've mastered the most. You can tell this came out like 20 years before it became standard for adapting 2D characters into 3D by limiting their dimensions despite CG graphics. Like Fairly Odd Parents: A New Wish or the Peanuts movie where, yeah, it's 3D obviously, but the characters' perspectives never go beyond 2D. This recent trend is an example of working smarter and not harder, and Hoop Dogs does not work smarter. If you don't, it'll look like shit. That's why the Drake Bell live-action Fairly Odd Parents CGI looks like complete shit because they weren't cautious about the dimensions.
Yo, man, it's gonna be so cool, man. We're gonna be bumping, man, trying to help the boys out. You know how we do it. You feel me, dog?
Ghetto show.
And the Jimmy Timmy Power Hours, as much as that hurts to say. And I really do wish there were more diverse dog designs. You know, you can make a character out of every dog breed if you really wanted to. That could not only allow encouraging diversity, even if it doesn't star humans, but just be more visually interesting. Oh, hold up, I think it's a segregated dog neighborhood. There is a mutt basketball league and a purebred basketball league. There's some breed variation, but they're mostly just like Dachshunds and Bull Terriers and Pugs and like one sheepdog. Not enough of the puppy dog spectrum is represented here. Like, look at the epic dance party scene from the end of the live-action Marmaduke. There's so many different dogs. Look at them. They're doing the whip and the neigh-neigh. Oh, and hitting the quan, too. If you told me this was animated in Little Big Planet, I'd probably believe you.
Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy.
Hey, what up, girl?
So you guessed it, tons of awkward angles the characters were never designed for. As for the subject matter, it's worth noting that they didn't even go in commandment order. The first episode / special whatever, God good, idols bad, is based off the second commandment, thou shalt not make themselves an idol. The second, stealing's uncool, is based off the 8th commandment, thou shalt not steal. The third, God is number 1, is based off the first commandment, thou shalt not have other gods before me. And the 4th and final episode is so forgotten that it doesn't even have an IMDb page. And that's A Promise is a Promise, based off the 7th commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery. Wait, what do you mean, adultery? Isn't the show for 4-year-olds?
What does assassination mean?
Have you heard that word a lot today?
Yes.
Look, not that kid shows can't tackle serious issues, especially ones with social class awareness, you know, being more realistic for the neighborhood and whatnot. But does this look like it tackles serious issues? This isn't in Blame It on George videos. How could it possibly be dark? I'd really hate to see the episode about death, considering it's executed by 50-year-old rich white dudes who think they're black.
Hear me on the radio, think I could not be blacker, but on my video you see I'm really a cracker.
Only sticking to 10 Commandment morals specifically was also a huge creative disadvantage because it only provides 10 concepts. The Bible is a pretty long read last time I checked, and yeah, I know a lot of other biblical messages are kind of like subsidiaries of the 10 Commandments, but still, it limits the specifics, and the specifics could give you more to do to be creative and preach. Now, like I said, it's a wigger show, so it's an old rich white dude's understanding of the hood. Contrary to Craig Barlett, the creator of Hey Arnold, a similar slice-of-life show, which, yeah, also had an urban setting and was made by a white guy, but it was sparing urban representation. He's the Eminem of Nickelodeon cartoonists. Yeah, he could probably get away with reciting the Nick or Treat commercials if he really wanted to.
That's how you should be answering your phone all morning if your postcard is in and you want to be one of 1,000 lucky winners. But don't just sit there waiting for your phone to ring. Keep watching for Halloween episodes of your favorite shows. It's a nickel treat Saturday.
Yeah, say that 5 times fast. You can tell nobody on the team gave a shit about basketball in the slightest. 8 Crazy Nights has better basketball representation. Fuck you, nostalgia critic, it's peak. Now, you figured the show stars dogs because kids like dogs and not because it's set in a doggy-dog world.
What the dog doing?
And Hoop Dogs means everything. Everything is dog-themed, just like how in the 80s Pac-Man show, everything is pack-themed.
What'll it be, Mac?
We'll have 2 Waka Waka burgers and a couple of pack colons.
I guess Jenkins was like, oh, these African Americans George Bush doesn't seem to care about very much. Love being like, where my dog? You my dog. But it doesn't mean real dog, but we made it real dog by putting dog slang in a dog world. Yeah, never mind that humans jokingly refer to loved ones as dogs, cause like dogs are mankind's best friend. King Frederick of Persia, aka a dead dude rip.
Hey, what's with your funny-looking friend?
Seriously, why are there so many people in this universe that don't realize Snoopy's a dog?
This dog universe does not lend itself well to utilizing human urban slang. Nobody in like Bluey is like, you my dog. None of the African Americans in the Cleveland show are like, what up my dog to Brian, which might have actually been the fault of him dying. Rest in peace, Brian. Speaking of dogs, the main trio of the Hoop Dogs, the basketball team if you will, consists of VJ, Trina, and Wiener. Thankfully, the friends weren't named BJ and Wiener. VJ is the swaggiest swag that ever got swagger. He thinks swag is an instrument. He also lives with his mom and his fat fuck little brother. And his grandpa, who is just Uncle Remus Dog Edition.
We were in slavery.
Yo, I'm a fucking homosexual.
What? You see, this show was actually pretty progressive. Look at the mom's haircut. For once, we have a show where the white parent is the one missing. Wiener has glasses and Trina is a girl. Thankfully, Wiener is not a girl because that would be woke. The lecture or plot of the first episode, teaching the 7th commandment, sees the Hoop Dogs worshipping a musician. Mad Doggy Dog, who's a really bad dude. You shouldn't listen to him. You should listen to the Doug theme song so I can have more money, my fellow African Americans.
Thou shalt not worship idols, but he hit both towers?
Mad Doggy Dog is like Bootsy Collins, except he talks like an old white dude's imagination of Snoop Doggy Dog, his original stage name. He's supposed to be like a portrayal of like the satanic panic 80s glam rockers, despite clearly being Bootsy Collins, a 70s P-funker. He also plays like G-Funk like Nate Dogg, no relation to Snoop.
Dog, a chillin' dog, so bow wow down to Mad Doggy Dog. Yeah, feel the fire. Bow down, bow down.
So if you want to rap and be real cool, then think a cool cat and the rhymes will come to you. Some rappers talk about crime and violence, but the real OGs preach that peace is power.
Derek Savage? Hey, go back to the freaking Wonder Years, you piece of shit.
Like you realize there's like more than one genre of black music. Why'd you have to combine them all? Look, you could say I'm nitpicking, but I don't know. It kind of seems like Jenkins didn't study enough African Americans. So why is Bad Doggy Dog a bad influence? Because he doesn't look like he does on stage in real life in false iconography, I guess. Even though that's just makeup and costumes, what does that have to do with morality? Did he piss on his mom's bed? Why is he a bad dog? Is Elton John a bad person for wearing Nike off stage? According to this shit, yeah. Where are the scenes of him being a bad person according to the show's own logic? Like, yeah, obviously he doesn't look like that. I guess VJ was too distracted by his swagger. But oh no, the epic satanic concert on VJ's mama's birthday. Also, oh no, scheduling conflict involving celebrity worship. Kinda reminds me of a film that takes place less than a year after the September 11th terrorist attacks. Why couldn't they do something like have Trina the girl like idolize some like Disney Channel whore pop star who like has a ton of Photoshop and makeup in the magazines, you know, get her feeling really insecure but then learns that she doesn't actually look like that or something. Okay, but one thing you gotta give the show credit for is that this Christian show is actually willing to make fun of bad Christian shows, with a reoccurring duo of televangelist hosts in universe, Chad Dimple and Rebecca Rose Nestor Eve, of the Krusty the Clowns of the universe. But narratively, they're kind of like Scudworth and Mr. B from Clone High, or Dr. Doofenshmirtz and Perry the Platypus from you know what they're from.
Hey, where's Perry? Perry!
Good morning, Agent B. Dr. Doofenshmirtz has invented the upside-down gravity-nator, and you must stop it before it's too late.
That's Agent P.
So their standard inclusions don't really come off as filler, even though the show is supposed to be about wiener dogs that dunk on suckers, am I right, Negroes? Hell, there's even a plot line where Chad and Rebecca are replaced by a shitty Bug Juice reboot of their show, and it actually does a good job of making fun of Bug Juice Christian shows where it just treats the kids like idiots, where, you know, they're being flashy with biblical buzzwords to not be disapproving from parents, but still get kids' attention. Even if the show isn't exceptional, the brief elements of satire aren't poorly incorporated. Hell, there's even a nightmare sequence where it turns into what you'd expect a show of this nature to be.
Well, since we can't play basketball, what do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Hey, I know. Let's go sin.
Yeah,
I like sin.
Did you hear that, Rebecca?
A trap I can say it at least didn't fall into. Although I have to say the show would be way more interesting if every scene was like this.
The black female Timmy Turner.
Reboot's bad isn't an original joke in the slightest, but you know, it's not something you'd expect from a religious preschool show nonetheless. Hell, in the first episode, Chad and Rebecca are teaching the immorality of celebrity worship while simultaneously glorifying themselves through comically expensive merchandise. So surprisingly, they were willing to have flawed Christians in universe, which, you know, is very rare for a religious show to portray everything multidimensionally. You know, everything's gotta be squeaky and perfect. Thankfully, here the team didn't jump to conclusions that kids are gonna think God is bad now because the stupid characters also believe in God. The actual hip-hop sound design and rapping from the voice actors is atrocious.
If it ain't yours, don't be taken, cause you don't want to end up like old Aiken. They caught him, they rocked him, they put him on ice, cause if you do the crime, you got to pay the price.
So play the game straight right from the tip off. You don't need nothing. Bet you got a rip off. So wave your hands, throw them up in the zone. Just make sure that the hand that you wave is your own.
Does this even legally qualify as rhythm and poetry?
Remind you, cause I really don't want to find you disobeying what God said. So here's a statue of my head.
My beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's cause Jesus Christ is my...
You know, isn't rap kind of well known for like its cultish following fan bases? Whether it be producers or rappers, you know, when people are like underground legend, you know, they're usually referring to rappers and producers. Although that terminology can apply to any form of art, you know, it's just a funny word for cult figures. Like they couldn't just get some cult classic hip hop producer on the show. He's a cult figure, not a mainstream. He can't be that expensive. It's so fake, it's so pasty. I don't think there's a single thing that highlights that it was made by old white dudes better.
Selfies, skinny jeans.
Yeah, they might have had the peripherals to be hippin' and hoppin' and bippin' and boppin', but I don't think they knew how to use these sounds pleasantly in compositions. The Nut Shack had an awful Dr. Dre inspired soundtrack, but at least it was actual hip-hop.
Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. And look at Kim Shady, she just got degraded by some bird shit. Yes, bird shit, she ate it with her lips beyond.
There's also gospel music included, so the genre variety is commendable, but I don't know why they just didn't combine the two genres like Kirk Franklin and the Family. What's wrong with a preacher flowing? I thought this was a
ghetto show.
I'm David. I'm Jim. All of us at Cartoon Pizza would like to say welcome. Jim! Sorry. We know you have a choice in what you watch on your TV, so thank you for choosing Hoop Dogs.
In the last two episodes, there were like these prologues and other interstitial bits with the creators presented adjacent to Jib Jab. It feels like they just saw what was popular on the internet because this also came out in the prime of Jib Jab.
I'm an intellectual, you're a stupid dumbass. I'm a Purple Heart winner, and yes, it's true, I won it thrice.
And not long after Angela Anaconda, undeniably the worst utilizer of this trend of the era, Okay, second worst. And much like Angela Anaconda, this would be an appropriate art direction for an MTV stoner comedy, but not a show for kids who can't wipe their ass. And what kid is gonna be like, oh shit, it's Jim Jenkins and David Campbell from Jumbo Pictures and Cartoon Pizza! You know how famous of a cartoonist you have to be for kids to care about the creator and not just the characters? The girls in my first grade class were obsessed with Hannah Montana, not the creators of the property, Michael Poiriers, Rich Corhell, and Barry O'Brien. And by the way, I thought this was supposed to be a
ghetto show.
If you're gonna have like an introductory narrator, surely it would be a person of color. Like, that's clearly who you're targeting. Shouldn't you use a part of the target demographic to introduce the show since you're not a part of it? Coca-Cola got LeBron James for the Sprite Cranberry commercial because it's a brand that targets a certain race of people. Not that it's like racially insensitive for him to be in this role, but kids don't know who you are and you're not from any hood. It's not a racial issue, it's an irrelevance issue.
Love thy neighbor. Nah, fool, those little piggies might be taping. Fuck those police punk. Can you believe they put Squidward in the slammer after a security system took control of his house, even though SpongeBob and Patrick were in it the whole fucking time, and we're fucking responsible for everything? God, fuck this country.
It's so obvious that the show had no low-class experiences to retell in this animated universe despite trying to do something kinda unorthodox for a preschool cartoon. You know, we're far past the 70s where Sesame Street was like gunmetal gray and shit brown and puke green, and you know, everything's like green screen and plastic. You know, we could have brought back social class and cautiousness in real-world settings while educating. Completely wasted potential here. You know, it's a preschool show. I'm not saying there should be plot lines about VJ fighting some kid with Down syndrome in a dollar store, but still. Like, come on, man. You couldn't take a field trip to East Cleveland and scoop up some punk who can hardly spray paint and... That would have made a better show. That would be worth risking getting shot over a street name you never heard of. But where are the hard times where the characters turn to God? Oh wait, there aren't any because the creator has never gotten a utility shut off in his entire life. Like, could you at least wear a jersey and not a Hawaiian shirt in your stupid ass jib jab segments? You look like you shop at Big Box Mart, not hustle on the street. Bro, just put juicy handbag from Burlington Coat Factory.jpg in the bottom corner. But if you think that's bad, check out this promotional piece for the studio utilizing the same format roughly.
Pepperoni pizza.
I'm sorry, sir. This isn't a real
Can
pizza.
I finish?
We make cartoons
With bacon
here.
on it, not those little bacon bits or that Canadian stuff.
Sir.
Look, I wasn't alive for Angela Anaconda's premiere. I found out about the show when I was like 11, when it was kind of making a hate bandwagon resurgence in the mid-2010s. I was fucking disturbed. Speaking of dark, how do they handle the adultery amendment? Well, it's simplified to just betrayal, which, you know, can extend to betraying your honey in the bedroom.
Everything I'm about to do to you, baby, I learned at SeaWorld.
You learned at SeaWorld?
Yeah.
What the kind of line is that? You learned it at SeaWorld. Well, let me tell you something, I ain't no cheap asshole.
Trina starts playing for a basketball team that doesn't blow ass at every game like the Harlem Globetrotters. If only LeBron James didn't ditch the Cavs and crash the Cleveland economy. And yeah, it's not a bad simplification of the concept, but why simplify it? Like, why can't we have a divorce episode? It's trying to do something serious with an emphasis on an urban setting that it fails at, but it tries.
Oops Dog says, what would Jesus do? I say, what would Bush do after a jar of whiskey?
This is a weird show, not just in concept, but like the actual quality. Like, you'd expect it to be complete fucking dog shit. It's not complete fucking dog shit, but its bad parts are just memorably bad, so you're gonna remember the bad weird shit way more than the actual redeeming qualities, which it does have, but are kinda hard to acknowledge in comparison to yada yada yada.
I need a drink too. Definitely not with substances.
What's in this shit?
Want a Sprite cranberry?
Oh shit, it's Bill Cosby!
It's the thirsty.
Alright, The Simpsons ain't what she used to be, ain't what she used to be, ain't what she used to be, blah blah blah. It was ran to the ground for a f***ing eternity. Yeah, f*** around and find out with Simpsons fans, all we do is complain about the show. I mean, like, it comes from a place of caring, but all we do is complain. Hell, there's even this pretty obscure Simpsons ripoff that released in 2013.
Hey, you're the guy that stole my lunchbox in high school. Kill.
Who made this shit? These three do not deserve to have jobs. They deserve to be fired and blacklisted immediately. I could yap like a chihuahua who yo quiero Taco Bell all day about its fall from grace. I'm not going to, although I'm not opposed to. Personally, I grew up with the show, and it's safe to say that I was obsessed at a point. I played Bart's Nightmare on the SNES, just like the Nostalgia Critic. The Spider Pig song went triple platinum in my brain. I memorized all the lyrics to the theme song. And I'm basically the Gen Z champion of the Simpsons arcade game. I played the PS3 re-release a ton growing up. Hell, I even beat the whole game by myself on the original machine at a pinball convention in 2017. Krusty is dead. Now, I don't want to say I'm the Gen Z champion of the Simpsons arcade game, but pretty sure I'm the Gen Z champion of the Simpsons arcade game. Hell, I've seen up to the first 26 seasons, which was all of them as of roughly 2015. And why did I watch all that, even though I knew that there was more bad than good at that point? Because when you're a child with a lot of time on your hands, you use it. And you know, as an obsessive fan, I felt obligated on top of being a DVD collector. Like, dude, the price of a 4-disc DVD box set is a lot of money for a stupid child. You know, I might have wiped my ass with a disc or two, but kids can take good care of DVDs, I swear. Like, I can't just buy season 12 and not open it. These season box sets were produced between 2001 to 10, which were only made for seasons 1 through 20 and the movie, because how high could the season 20 sales be, let's be real. But there was a season 1 to 20 box set that's now worth like 1K. The DVD box sets are some of the coolest I've ever seen, even as an adult. Except for the season 6 collector's edition, which was this awkward Homer-shaped head junk plastic bullshit. And although, to be fair, there was a non-collector's edition that I didn't have. There was a theme and color for each of them with tons of original artwork and animation on the menus. You could just stare at these things all day if you weren't watching the show. But even at my youngest age of watching doo-doo fall off Simpsons, I never defended a lot of it. But the fall of 2016 came around, and I didn't watch season 27 and haven't seen a single episode in full context since. Until now, spoiling the end of this video. And again, I'm not gonna go into depth as to why it fell off, but there's one particular aspect of the downfall that only applies to the last few years. You know, because we're on decade 2, nearly 3 of the show's decline in quality, no matter how massive you think that dip is. And I don't typically make like one topic of show videos. I prefer to talk about everything minor or major, generally for full context to be more fair. But The Simpsons itself and its fall off is common sense. I don't think I gotta persuade or introduce you. It touched the hearts of millions. It was created by Matt Groening, Milhouse. Hell, take this whole thing with a grain of salt and an outsider's perspective. I have not seen a majority of the content from the show in general in a fat minute, on top of having very little knowledge of the modern state, as in recent for 2025 episodes and post-season 26. But I think that's okay, because that's probably a lot of you watching right now, and we're all in the same boat. So that ain't stopping me. So this recent lore edition is so bad, I gotta make an exception. And that is the Disney Plus exclusive shorts.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half. And now.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
We are going to keep on trying to strengthen the American family, to make American families a lot more like the Waltons and a lot less like the Simpsons.
Now, with Disney's buyout of 20th Century Fox beginning in 2019 and fully being acquired in 2021, you figure they would have dragged The Simpsons out back and shot it. But nope, they only did that to Blue Sky. Keep in mind, there is a difference between Fox, the media company, and 20th Century Fox, the large subsidiary. Disney did not buy the Fox Corporation. They bought 20th Century Fox from the Fox Corporation. This could be attributed to two reasons. One, due to antitrust law in the United States, Disney does not actually own operational control of the Fox Live Broadcasting Network despite owning The Simpsons IP and other 20th Century Fox IPs, which were previously owned by the Fox Corporation.
For years now, Fox has been programming shows that the whole family can enjoy.
Oh my God! You don't suppose they're gonna start
Entertaining America with hits like House, American Idol, and American Idol Results Show.
Disney buying the Fox Corporation would most likely be against the law by creating anti-competitive practices. So if your grandpa was wondering why there's no Tucker Carlson on Disney Plus, it's because Disney didn't buy the Fox company, which owns the news associated companies. Because it would most likely be illegal, because they're both billion-dollar companies. The rest of the Fox company subsidiaries that Disney could not legally buy being owned by the Murdoch family, who owns the Fox Corporation. So even if Disney may not have complete control over the live TV distribution of The Simpsons because it originates from a company they do not own.
This is Fox News with the latest liberal outrage. It seems liberals want to give NASA the right to abort space missions whenever they feel like it.
Liberals, I hate them so much.
In the case of The Simpsons and other IPs such as Bob Burger, it really only affects the new episode premieres and syndication, which is a very inconsequential issue, especially in the age of streaming. However, The Simpsons brand Disney owns and they can absolutely embrace elsewhere. That's why 20th Century Fox shows are on Disney Plus a short time after they're airing on Fox. And given the small number of people tuning into new episodes on live TV, it's hardly an issue for Disney. And I'm sure Disney could have some word in ending the show if it does ever happen, as the IP owners but not the primary distribution owners and series greenlighters. Because it's currently Fox greenlighting new episodes, not Disney, despite Disney owning the IP. But second, Disney has surprisingly become more open to edgier content as of recent. Now, this not that The Simpsons is that edgy for today's standards, I mean like it was at premiere being a TV-14, which of course Beavis and Butthead and South Park put to shame in terms of not being PG.
Kids, won't you step outside for a second?
Dear Lord, that's the loudest profanity I've ever heard.
Meanwhile...
Get up, fat boy! Hey, don't call me fat, you fucking Jew!
Eric, did you just say the F word?
Jew?
Later.
Much obliged, dog.
But Disney was okay with it. Like a lot of people thought that Deadpool, a typically R-rated character, would never be in the MCU, but he's too valuable to decline. I mean, like, Disney isn't dropping R-rated movies consistently or anything.
But you know what's on my mind right now? It ain't the coffee in my kitchen. It's the dead...
But they're down with Family Guy and more violent Marvel characters, etc. You know, not the edgiest of edgy. But oddly, this Disney buyout state of the show had been joked about in Season 10's When You Dish Upon a Star. This is because the writers clearly recognize Disney's often monopolistic practices and not because they're time travelers. Nerd! But as I've said before,
launching Disney Plus in late 2019, it was the end of an era for Disney if you ask me, not just because it was the end of a decade. The 2010s for Disney were a time of a lot of dog but fiscal success. 2019 being Disney's best year financially, but one of their worst years content-wise. The 2020s has been mostly dog in its entirety, I can't name 10 acclaimed projects across the entire Disney company. In the past couple years, especially after 2019, their actions absolutely caught up to them and everyone is tired of this mass-manufactured garbage. Disney is absolutely an empire in decline as we speak, but who knows, maybe they'll be able to bounce up back again in the 2030s. If Disney wanted Simpsons fans money for Disney Plus, there would have to be new content to lure them in. Oh wait, the show has been continued to be ran to the ground by Fox, in which legally they have no word over, and if they did, it would probably still continue to be ran to the ground by Disney. Plus, the show already airs on a non-Disney TV channel, and new episodes are heavily syndicated on the subsidiary channel of Fox, FX. Now, part of the Disney Plus marketing was that every episode of The Simpsons was featured, even utilizing the characters, which they can legally do as it's not a part of distributing the debut of new episodes on live television. The only power the Fox Corporation has that Disney doesn't, which is something Hulu didn't have in the mid-2010s, hence to why I was buying DVDs and using very legal websites. Dude, 9-year-old me would have shit my pants if every episode was in one place all on a subscription fee that I wasn't paying. Gen Alpha and Beta Simpsons fans are gonna be coming up Milhouse, but let's be real, the biggest Simpsons fans probably have the content from the first 20 seasons physically, my dumbass included. How could you not have these sick-ass DVDs? And season 21 onward are still widely available on VOD, so there's no reason for you to pay a monthly fee just to watch The Simpsons, assuming fans would only buy a subscription for that. Further assuming you're seriously watching season 21. So Disney executive figured, what could we make that wasn't physically released previously, and wouldn't take time away from the main show in which we aren't in charge of its broadcast debuts? And additionally, wouldn't be costly because we're Disney and we love money. Well, shorts. Awful shorts that can eat my shorts and bite my shiny metal ass. Personally, I prefer to watch my animated sitcom shorts on X.
Get out there and get into shape, boy.
Yeah, Bart.
Bart,
What?
move it.
Now, The Simpsons are obviously no stranger to short-form content. Of course, they literally began as shorts on The Tracy Ullman Show. How could we forget the legendary Treehouse of Horrors, which were amazing until they weren't? I guess you could count the original stuff in the stupid-ass clip show episodes, as well as other anthologies, such as 22 short films about Springfield, one of the best episodes, memes aside. But I would like to shout out the season 12 episode Trilogy of Error, an episode that displays the day individually through Homer, Lisa, and Bart's perspective, each having a predicament that all ties together in one convenient package. It's kind of like the ending of Jackie Brown. If you want random gems from the show's history, then that's a pretty good place to start. That's probably my favorite post-Prime episode from memory, at least. Oh, and some other episodes in the chronology that could be considered experimental with its use of multiple plots, canon or not canon according to the wiki, that I either don't remember or didn't bother checking out. Oh, and the Do the Bartman music video, I guess that counts too. So if you don't factor in the context that the Disney Plus shorts were blatantly and specifically designed to increase subscribers without being full episodes because live TV legal bullshit, it really doesn't seem like anything worth getting mad over. Oh, why? They're just crappy 3-minute shorts. It's only a few minutes. It's not like a 3-hour special. It's not a new strategy. Why are you getting mad over this? Well, it's deeper, I swear. Well, another instance of Simpsons short-form content, which I personally consider to be a precursor of the horrors of the modern day, was the 2012 short The Longest Daycare, which was a short that played before Ice Age Continental Drift. I guess Blue Sky, being the Murdoch family's 20th Century Fox subsidiary, wanted to compete with Pixar's pre-movie shorts, being a sort of a homage to old-school Disney's sound-oriented shorts. Hell, they even go full Tom and Jerry with, like, the no heads on the adults, besides the important characters.
You know, because Maggie also doesn't speak, which is also convenient for a PG audience. It's a fun 5 minutes of an absurd day at Maggie's daycare, and was even Oscar nominated. It even features some 3D animation similar to the Simpsons movie, as it was designed for the big screen. So for a theatrical short, it actually feels pretty theatrical. And this wasn't the only theatrical pre-movie short. It sort of had a follow-up in Maggie Simpson, A Playdate with Destiny, that played before Onward, aka nobody's favorite or least favorite Pixar movie. Instead of old cartoon shorts, it's more of a homage to the tropes of old school Hollywood love stories, meaning that the Simpsons short form content that was made to rival Pixar's pre-movie shorts lived long enough to become the Pixar pre-movie short. The Pixar pre-movie shorts are no stranger to utilizing familiar IPs. Hell, it even opens with Disney welcomes The Simpsons, as that was a recent acquisition upon release in 2020. But I bet all 10 people that actually saw Onward around release, pretty close to the worldwide pandemic shutdowns, were shocked to see The Simpsons and not Olaf or Woody and Friends, but it could get their attention. They're The Simpsons. It was created by Matt Groening, Milhouse. Although Blue Sky shutdown wouldn't be announced until February of 2021, roughly 11 months after the release of Onward, part of me thinks that Disney planned for there to be no more Blue Sky movies. So maybe this short was intended for a Blue Sky project, but was shifted over to Onward as the acquisition was happening. So maybe this short was intended for another Blue Sky project such as Momoa or the Peanuts movie sequel or another canceled project. So they just kind of slapped it before the regularly scheduled Pixar pre-movie short. You know, given its release during the state of the acquisition of 20th Century Fox. But then again, this could have been in production as early as the acquisition in March of 2019, who knows. But they're The Simpsons, they can get your attention, including my dumbass, as I am the Gen Z champion of the Simpsons arcade game. So why not make more stuff adjacent to the longest daycare and Playdate with Destiny? Sounds like a great idea. Until you realize that these are Disney Plus shorts, not Pixar pre-movie shorts. Disney Plus's name on something is often a red flag. Not that the originals can't be good, but it's safe to say in terms of audience reception, the negative outweighs the positive. So where did it go wrong beyond Disney Plus? Well, the exploitative nature of only making shorts for subscription increases continues to the actual content, because there are two types of these shorts: Disney IP exploitation or celebrity exploitation. Yeah, I guess to embrace the Disney Plus aspect, they thought they should be crossovers. And in Disney's marketing, they hype these things up like the Peanuts special circa the Nixon administration. Like, look at these promotional posters, they're hyping them up cinematically. They're shading everybody gangsta till that 2D animated character is heavily shaded. Like, say what you want about the Family Guy crossover, but at least there was a reason for Fox to hype it up. It's not a crappy short, it's a 44-minute special. I don't think I've seen a single piece of new Simpsons season marketing since, like, season 26. The first short was The Force Awakens from its nap, a commemoration released with May 4th, aka Star Wars Day, because Disney owns Star Wars now. And it's yet another Maggie short, which also just kinda dick rides the two previous that actually had effort, with Maggie as the focus and going to a Star Wars themed daycare this time because Star Wars, and it's infested with Star Wars crap. It is just lame Star Wars references and surface level jokes you've probably heard in any other 1,000 pieces of Star Wars parody media. You could scroll through hashtag Star Wars on Facebook for the same effect. Oh, get it? A lightsaber is kind of like a knife, and you use a knife to make peanut butter and jelly, and he's making peanut butter and jelly. With the lightsaber, I'm gonna use the jelly from my wrists on my next sandwich if they keep making this shit. The special also includes lots of Disney Star Wars, aka intergalactic corporate slop military conflict. Season 25's Treehouse of Horror couch gag actually has a ton of references over the span of 3 minutes, but these are actually clever jokes that parody the typical intro. So it's not like a ton of references couldn't work for jokes in a piece of short form content, but this ain't on the level of that. This horror couch gag was also directed by Del Toro himself. Pull it up on YouTube, it's a fun watch. I can't tell you anything about the actual episode, but it's a fun watch. Unlike this bullshit. The next short being The Good, the Bart, and the Loki, which is essentially the same thing as the previous, but with the MCU. The same applies to the quality. The plot involves Loki being banished from Asgard to Springfield. You know, Loki from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, who totally didn't have a spin-off show on Disney Plus that you could also watch if you paid the same fee, and definitely didn't release on the same day as the 5th episode of Season 1, aka the penultimate episode of Season 1, meaning that this specifically released just in time to get you hyped for the finale if you weren't watching it already, and I'm sure also sucks ass.
I'm Agent Mobius, by the way.
Oh shit, Owen Wilson? I guess I gotta watch it now.
What? How?
The hypothetical aspect here and in a lot of these is just too out there. I can excuse the lack of logic because it's clearly non-canon and is not supposed to be questioned. The show is no stranger to that. But it's a hypothetical that was conceived to advertise something, so it is an inexcusable hypothetical and is just questionable that it exists. Like, this type of humor is reserved for the far less slice-of-life Family Guy and South Park.
Oh yeah! Okay, can I ask everyone to please stop saying "oh no" in this courtroom? Because the Kool-Aid guy's gonna keep showing up.
The fact that, like, Asgard just casually exists for The Simpsons, it just does not work whatsoever. It's just too out of place, even for the hypothetical. Also, why is Herman Captain America? He's a pretty forgotten about character by the writers, not giving main Avenger in the parody energy. Why wasn't he Bucky Barnes, you know, the character with a prosthetic arm? Because it's missing, just like Herman's. Next, Plus-Aversary was the commemoration release for the 2-year anniversary of Disney Plus, which heavily advertised that Homer meets Goofy. I guess Goofy drinking beer would be funny if I was 7.
Well, that episode wasn't very appropriate, parts 1 and 2, because there's a lot of tobacco and swearing. Yes, and alcohol. There's hardly any beer. Bloody finger.
The entire joke here is that it's a bunch of Disney characters at Moe's Tavern. Lisa sings a song about the magic of Disney because Buddhists love mass capitalism. Yay, another 20 billion to Israel. Hee. It's just lazy references, and the character designs are atrocious and barely stylized, besides Goofy and I guess some of the more main characters. Look at the level of detail on some of them. It's not a good thing. They're not properly simplified to fit the typical confines of the art style. You could argue that was intentional because they're crossing over characters from different worlds, but it's distracting nonetheless. It's like Pooh's Adventures, which refers to a genre of internet fan fiction involving absurd and conceptually illogical crossovers, which commonly involve Winnie the Pooh characters, hence why the genre is named Pooh. But the Pooh Gang creative decision is not a requirement. Like, you know those fake movie posters of a bunch of random PNGs of other characters being included? Those can count as Pooh's Adventures. They are made by very young children and the mentally challenged. That is not an insult, it is just an unfortunate fact about this internet rabbit hole. Disney has absolutely gone overboard with crossovers in the past half-decade or so, with the exception of the 100th anniversary short Once Upon a Studio, which was actually fairly well received, and blatantly didn't involve cheaping out. Unlike the rather divisive Chip and Dale movie, Chibi Tiny Tales, Ralph Breaks the Internet, and the MCU was of course designed for crossovers, but it fell off, so now there's just lame crossovers. Honestly, the multiverse was perfected in 2012 with Food Fight. I do not know why studios just cannot get a grip of that concept. But The Simpsons meet various Disney characters and there's no point. But if one person lost their shit when Winnie the Pooh meets Dr. Hibbert, hooray for you. The only difference here is that it's the entire Disney brand being lazily referenced and exploited. Next was When Billy Met Lisa, which is just Billie Eilish exploitation. It feels like a desperate attempt to get Gen Z's attention. Now, as the Gen Z champion of the Simpsons arcade game, it's safe to say it's not the biggest with my age group to my knowledge, especially compared to the far more edgier and concurrently long-running Family Guy and South Park.
Okay, y'all, we gonna be learning about the American Revolution.
How more often do you see The Simpsons above Subway Surfers gameplay? So Disney essentially decided to make another one of those stupid-ass celebrity exploitation episodes in short-form content, which is representative of another larger issue regarding the show's decline in quality. Celebrities are not used sparingly. Now, originally, guests only played original characters, but this rule of thumb was diversified with Tony Bennett as himself in Season 2.
Look, it's Tony Bennett.
Hey, good to see you. It's against the law to frown in capital city.
One of the most sparing uses being Season 3's Homer at the Bat, which had a ton of real-world baseball players, but they actually gave them distinguishable personalities, so it didn't really come off as pointless or exploitative, despite the fact that celebrities are pretty crucial to this plot.
But it'll all be worth.
This isn't funny.
But as the plots worsened in general, so did this notable aspect.
Fear not, Homer. I am your spirit guide.
Oh, yeah.
If the Johnny Cash Wolf episode came out today, it would be 22 minutes of applauding the dude, and not him being a wolf. South Park could get away with episodes built around celebrities because it never sucks them off. And the creators are pretty famously anti-Hollywood culture.
Matt Damon.
The only celebrity they dick ride is Brian Boitano, but for good reason.
Did someone say my name?
Brian Boitano. What incredible irony. Hey, it's Brian Boitano.
Show me an episode that I haven't seen.
Okay.
I've seen the one where Marge goes...
Gaga.
Where Marge goes Gaga.
Have you seen Homer Goes Gaga?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Maggie Goes Gaga's coming out soon.
Well, Homer rips his pubes out.
Two of the most hated Simpsons episodes, according to the fandom, are Season 23's Lisa Goes Gaga.
He said it! He said it!
A Lady Gaga exploitation episode, and Season 26's The Musk Who Fell to Earth, an Elon Musk exploitation episode, which has nothing to do with any of his divisive political activism or business decisions as of recent.
There isn't really any standard plot for it. It feels like it's just the Simpsons writers in blind awe of having Elon Musk in the studio. Elon Musk is a very bland voice actor.
It was just a hated episode from what I can remember as a fan in the mid-2010s, far before today. If anything, oddly, the Lady Gaga exploitation is far more hated today, despite Elon Musk being the more divisive public figure today. Thank God for Elon Musk and his shitpost memes. These two episodes can be seen on both Phantom Strider's and WatchMojo's Top 10 Worst Simpsons episodes that were also mean to Whitey and on crack. Everybody gangsta till Dark Strider reveals the #1 most abysmal episode.
Then Ned Flanders talks to Lady Gaga. It's totally pointless. Moving on.
That's how you know it's hated by fans. That was the cartoon YouTuber death penalty in 2016. Not that I've seen it in 10 years, but yeah, Lisa Goes Gaga is just obnoxious pop star dick riding.
I wanna take a ride on a disco stick.
To explain exactly what a disco stick is.
When Billy Met Lisa is just Lisa Goes Gaga light.
And then Billie Eilish talks to Flanders. It's pointless.
But the worst part is, it tries to portray Homer as like some sort of deadbeat.
My parents really support me in my career. Is your dad supportive of you?
If you give him enough beer and a pair of earplugs and then tell him that he can be in another room, no.
Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, he's got a fucking crayon in his brain, but he bought her the fucking saxophone to begin with, you dumb bitch.
Would you like an inscription, sir? Yeah. To Lisa. Never forget your daddy love.
Don't! He cares about his family at the end of the day.
Mom yelled at you. Did not. Did too.
You know, Maggie, the sooner kids talk, the sooner they talk back. I hope you never say a word.
It retcons basic character attributes to exploit a celebrity. And what's the resolution? Lisa no longer has depression that she contextually shouldn't have. Also kind of just rehashing the classic moaning Lisa without substance. In fact, Eilish seemingly cures everybody's problem in the entirety of Springfield. No wonder President Joe Mama invited her to the White House.
If I'm elected president, you're going to see the single most important thing that changes in America is we're going to cure cancer.
She has the ability to cure cancer according to this piece of shit. Look, I know we all want satin on our panties, but like, Billy agreeing to this is just utter sellout behavior. You could not read this script in good faith and not find it exploitative.
You know what? I gotta thank Billy. And when I see that cracker, I'ma thank her. I'ma buy the album. I'ma download that motherfucker. I'ma shoot a bootlegger. That's how good I feel about this cracker.
Eilish does hum and scat a rendition of the Simpsons theme, which brings up the question, why wasn't this just a couch gag, which sometimes alter the theme song?
Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy.
I guess the fact that the musician sings is really the only reason to watch it. It is kinda like a show-exclusive song of hers. It doesn't have a single or album release, probably because they didn't want to make the rendition free on streaming, so you'd have to buy a Disney Plus subscription. But it's only like 50 seconds, and 50 seconds is more than enough time for this exploitative garbage. Next was Welcome to the Club. Loki comes back just in time for season 2 of his show and impersonates Bart. And Loki and Lisa go to a castle and meet various Disney villains. This one feels like it's pandering to Disney adults who think they're edgy. Yeah, my favorite character is Cruella de Vil. Not f***ing Belle from Beauty and the Beast. That shit, I'm so edgy. If you like that stupid-ass live-action Cruella movie starring, May Zauzi, then you'll probably like this short because it's super edgy, just like Captain Hook's Hook. I guess if you wanted to watch Mickey's House of Villains, but with Bart and Lisa and with zero effort, this is right up your alley. Next, Rogue Not Quite One. The title may suggest that it's a parody of the film Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, but it's actually just the Mandalorian dick riding on top of more Star Wars exploitation. That's it, which would be followed with May the 12th Be With You, which is practically just a rehash of Plusiversary, despite its title suggesting another Star Wars parody. But it's actually different from Plusiversary because it has Stewie Griffin from the Garfield show, Cleveland show, because, I guess they own that and it's a crossover special, as well as other adult animated families. There's just reused PNGs, they're lifeless, they're hardly moving. Look, I know Bob Burger is probably very tired from cooking a lot of burger, but he's not a robot. And I know these aren't pre-movie shorts, but that doesn't excuse the lack of effort in strategically combining art directions to appear naturally. This is deviant art level precision unironically. The fact that they didn't go through the effort to stylize the designs appropriately because these characters hardly do anything for more than 5 seconds just makes it more exploitative of the iconography and even more insulting. Next was The Simpsons Meet the Bushellis in Feliz Navidad. Okay, who the f*** are the Bushellis and why did they want satin on their panties by agreeing to this shit?
Andrea Bocelli? Who the hell's that?
You can't hurt my feelings if I'm in on the joke!
Andrea Bocelli is a renowned Italian tenor, aka the highest voiced one in a choir. I probably butchered his name. I didn't remember it because he didn't do anything memorable in this special.
That's not his name, dude.
I'm never wrong!
Alright.
And I guess his family are also pop stars. Nepotism, fantastic.
And then the Bushellis talk to Flanders. It's
Look, I understand Billie Eilish taint slurping. She's a white girl pop star cool with the kids. But why'd they f***ing choose the Bushellis? They don't really seem exploitable to me. Which brings up the question, why do they make a short exploiting them? If anything, they should have traveled to Vagina and met the Falcones. Well, it was a commemoration release to the Bushellis family Christmas album. The two families link up and they sing the Despacito Christmas special. In roughly the same amount of time, you could listen to the Feliz Navidad cover on the Aqua Teen Hunger Force's Have Yourself a Meaty Little Christmas album. And next, but the most recent short is, It's the Most Wonderful Time of the Year.
which is a Halloween-themed short because it has epic Disney villains, because the villains are heartless. Slideshow Bob teams...
That's not his name, dude.
I'm never wrong!
Alright.
Slideshow Bob teams up with Disney villains. Practically the same thing as Welcome to the Club or Team or whatever. I forgot the f***ing title already, because it's forgettable. Can't even give it points for Slideshow Bob.
Tired gag.
You can't hurt my feelings if I'm in on the joke.
Because they just ran out of things for him to do with his random comebacks no longer being delightful.
Lady Gaga talks to Sideshow Bob. It's point.
These Disney Plus crossover shorts are just an odd part of The Simpsons' downfall. And what may seem like inoffensive slop is actually offensive slop that is representative of many of the greater issues present in the show past its prime. Although, one thing I have heard is that in the past 3 or so years, like season 33 onward, that the show has surprisingly improved. Which I have no opinion on because I haven't seen them, let alone seen them enough to compare with full context to the rest of the series. But these shorts just have to be seen to be believed. But you shouldn't see them. But they look so shit that I watched them. So in a way, Disney actually did the unthinkable and got me to watch The Simpsons past season 26. Fox could never do that. But in late 2024, it was announced that exclusive full episodes of The Simpsons would begin to air on Disney+. Now, of course, this wouldn't take too much time away from the main show airing on Fox, with 4 Disney Plus exclusive episodes. And I know exactly what led to this decision. Not the presumed success of these shorts, but the success of the South Park long-form content exclusive to Paramount Plus.
Check out Lady Gaga singing Christmas songs. Isn't she a Jew?
Cartman talks about Lady Gaga. It's...
Which I won't get into, but Disney owning both Family Guy and The Simpsons essentially copy-pasted Paramount's strategy, releasing 2 44-minute-ish Family Guy holiday specials in 2024, exclusive to Hulu, but a part of the season 23 greenlight, and 4 episodes of The Simpsons season 36 being exclusive to Disney Plus as a part of the greenlight. I guess they worked out a leasing deal with Fox to buy out a small fraction of the season distribution from The Simpsons and Family Guy, which also means that Fox will not legally have the right to air the Disney Plus exclusive content. Meaning that Disney Plus exclusive isn't just a label for marketability, it's a law as a result of a very minor distribution hell standard. This is also why The Simpsons does not air on Disney Channel. Not that Disney Channel is really open to TV-14 animated sitcoms, but nonetheless they legally couldn't unless they were to work out a deal with Fox. I don't know why they would, but for now they can't. Although they can be legally acknowledged, but plenty of Springfield residents actually appeared on Disney Channel on The Simpsons Fun Day Football, which was a football game similar to the Nickelodeon SpongeBob-themed Super Bowl broadcasts in 2024 and 5, which combined the live game with a series of interstitial animations and presumably both pre-recorded and improvised comedy from the show's voice actors off-screen, offering something different and more appealing to children between the live breaks upon the currently unfolding game. Disney has also utilized this Fun Day Football format with Toy Story to compete with Nick's Super Bowls. And the animation in this new trend of animated characters over live football looks like Dorbies, and Nick even resorted to artificial intelligence for handsome Squidward. And why could Disney Channel broadcast this live game with The Simpsons? Well, Disney's ownership of ESPN, and Disney Channel owning Disney, no Sherlock, with no complications from Fox because this isn't an episode of The Simpsons series.
Oh my god, her first word! Sequel?
There's been rumors and speculations of a Simpsons movie 2 for years, and it's safe to say that if it does ever happen, it would most likely be a Disney Plus exclusive given the current state of the franchise and theaters. And Fox would have next to nothing to do with it beyond mandatory legal recognition. Although many people have asked for it for a format for a true series finale, so that may ever be the only way we'll ever get a sequel. Not that we really need one if you ask me. Hell, if you really want to feel old, we are, as of writing, roughly as far away as The Simpsons movie was to the first episode in today, with about an 18-year release gap each.
I'm the mascot bodyguard of an evil corporation.
So in 2024 and 5, Disney is exclusively distributing a small fraction of new Simpsons releases. And this may become a future standard. I guess it's all up to Disney and not Fox here. Thankfully, this negotiation did not hugely inflate the episode count for the season, and hopefully didn't create too much extra work for the team, because I am sure they're overworked and paid like shit already. So I decided to give these Disney Plus exclusive episodes a chance, meaning that I had to delay this episode twice. Fantastic. The first 2 of 4 actually being a 44-minute Christmas special, Oh Come On, All Ye Faithful, aka A Darren Brown Christmas, which was my first true dive into modern for 2024 era Simpsons. And I gotta say, I was pleasantly surprised. The episode involves real-world mentalist and illusionist Darren Brown, who'd I'd never heard of prior, performing an experiment on Springfield in which hypnotizes Homer into believing he's Santa Claus, and subsequently influences Flanders to question his devotion to Christ, having a serious plot and a stupid plot that tie together in the end. The fact that these conflicts are the result under hypnotism actually makes the drama far more accessible and believable. Obviously, these are pretty large mental fallouts that would take a fat amount of time to develop without psychological magic. I was actually very shocked for Flanders to acknowledge his own character's history because, believe it or not, both of Flanders' marriages ended in death. And while Maude Flanders' death may be more recognizable because it happened in season 11, you know, when people were really first starting to give up on the show, and was the result of pay disputes between Fox and her voice actress Maggie Roswell. But many people don't know that Edna Krabappel and Ned Flanders actually married in season 23, which is like the only permanent marriage between 2 pre-established characters not designed in love, unlike, say, Selma's marriages to Slideshow Bob and Troy McClure. Most people could recognize these characters easily, but wouldn't know of their permanent relationship continuity. If I was referring to her as Edna Flanders, you'd have no idea who I was talking about. Also, who put this on her Wikipedia? However, this marriage would only last until season 25, pretty abruptly, because Edna's voice actress Marcia Wallace passed away in 2013. And despite Edna being a prominent character, she was actually credited as a special guest voice, which could be attributed to Marcia Wallace only playing one major character, which according to the show's own credits would make her a reoccurring guest. The same logic also applies to Kelsey Grammer as Slideshow Bob and Phil Hartman as Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz. Phil Hartman passed away in 1998, and his 2 characters were simply retired, which kinda created the rule of thumb of reoccurring characters played by guests not to be recast. Kelsey Grammer is still alive and active. He was in that stupid-ass Slideshow Bob short we just watched. So upon Grammer's inevitable death or retirement, Bob may be just flat-out retired or canonically killed off.
You can't keep the Democrats out of the White House forever. And when they get in, I'm back on the streets with all my criminal buddies.
You know, a special guest is special. They're irreplaceable. Like, who the hell can do an actually good, unironically convincing, not post impression of Chef from South Park? Nobody, because there will never be another Isaac Hayes, one of the greatest voices ever. I don't think we'd be laughing if he started sounding like, "Hello there, children," because it just wouldn't be Isaac. But unlike Hutz and McClure, my accent cannot say his actual name. I know that's pronounced wrong.
That's not his name, dude.
I'm never wrong!
Alright.
Edna was simply killed off screen rather than just never acknowledged again out of respect for the actress. Wallace actually had a pretty minor role on Full House, appearing in 4 episodes.
Joey, did you see anything suspicious when you went out for the paper this morning?
No, nothing unusual. Just, how'd you know I went out for the paper this morning?
Oh, part of my job. You know, keeping an eye on the neighborhood, which includes watching you stride to the curb wearing those bun-hugging pajamas.
But I remember seeing her appearances as a kid and recognizing her distinctive voice, despite not knowing what she looked like because I was born when W. Bush was in office, and that's not a TV face I'd know. Truly an irreplaceable voice actress here. So due to 2 conflicts in the real world, Flanders has been widowed twice, and this special actually took this unfortunate trivia piece and contributed to character drama in universe. It's a very minor detail, but was something I absolutely did not expect the show to do. And we get to see Flanders' life briefly without his defining religious rules of thumb, which also features some logical character pairings to resolve the conflict, with obvious atheist and scientist Professor Frink and Marge, who we've seen actually been shown to take religion seriously, unlike the majority of Springfield citizens seated at the altar. Darren Brown actually also does a fine job as himself. He's purposeful and not questionably inserted, unlike the sellout Billie Eilish and Beyoncé's. I love me a Christmas special that can balance joy and misery sparingly. I also love me a Christmas special that actually involves Christ in a way where religion isn't lazily tacked on for brownie points from a specific demographic. The 44-minute runtime is not a disadvantage, it ends when it needs to. If you ask me, Simpsons Christmas specials are a downfall in of themselves. It's like Charlie Brown, actually. You know, there's that roughly animated but banger debut, and then they didn't make another one for a fat minute. Simpsons 6 seasons, Brown 35 specials later. But then they just started doing them way more often and they just lost all substance. Much like how Treehouse of Horror lost all its flair from being annual. I was initially dreading watching this Disney Plus exclusive. Hell, I wasn't even originally planning on talking about it because it's not a short. But for the show's 23rd Christmas episode, depending on what you count as a Christmas episode, none of those variables are disadvantages here. I highly recommend this special, even if you haven't seen the show in 20 years. These Disney Plus exclusive episodes are labeled under exclusives above the season 1 on Disney Plus and are not listed in their proper technical season of release. But the next would be The Past and the Furious. Not to be confused with season 15's The Fat and the Furriest. That title kinda had me worried, like that's such a basic pun. But this is another non-canon hypothetical, much like the shorts, and is actually a pretty decent episode overall, involving an environmentally devastated Springfield with Lisa resorting to time travel to prevent the present. Mr. Burns, who was responsible for this predicament, also uses the technology, so it truly becomes a battle of the influence of the past to not affect the present. It actually reminds me of Brick Like Me, aka the Lego episode, hopping between a hypothetical alternate reality and the present, even if the 1920s stuff here is an alternate reality with a hypothetical. Lisa assuming the role of Edith, a new ancestor created for the episode. Lisa discovering Mr. Burns' background as Monty B, a jazz vocalist and tap dancer. And something I wasn't additionally expecting was Joseph Gordon-Levitt as the voice of Monty B. Like they actually took extra effort to make him sound younger and giving him a more appealing singing voice, which is a reasonably used guest star. And while the music is brief and not too essential, it's a fun touch too. Like if you're gonna do a 1920s episode, you better throw some jazz into the mix. But not just Burns' comical age made him a fitting pick for the vocalist character, because he has sung along the lines of the Great American Songbook prior, mostly as just brief gags.
Let's all go to the lobby, let's all go to the lobby, let's all go to the lobby, get ourselves some
But the most notable Burns musical instance would be the number High to Be Loathed from season 24. And not because it's a classic episode, but because the number is a meme.
Stalin, Megatron, Eric Cartman, Donkey Kong.
Replacing the various fictional villains referenced throughout the song with anything for comedic effect.
Baby, Bluey, Ohio, Bowser Fart, Pepino.
Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if this meme influenced the team for more Burns jazz numbers. And thankfully, it didn't turn into the same Lisa environmentalist slop that's been rehashed 1,000 times. After the show's prime, Lisa had the tendency to be very unlikable as an activist, but that is not an issue here. One thing that it isn't is a Mr. Burns serious backstory episode, not that that's a bad thing, but Mr. Burns' upbringing is actually kind of a running gag in of itself, just having a ton of random flashbacks and past life references countless times throughout the series.
Older brother was trampled by a horse. My sister died of a poisoned potato. My twin was shot. That girl was stabbed. He ate another poisoned potato. Spontaneous combustion.
Making it safe to assume that a rough upbringing in general made him despicable on top of his nuclear fortune. So it's not solely a backstory, but it still provides an explanation for what made Burns evil. It does its job. It's weaker than the previous, and it's obviously an out there hypothetical. but it does its job. So in a way, this completing with South Park business strategy might actually be the best thing that's happened to the show in years, given that it allows far more ambition, and I believe if all else fails, ambition isn't a guaranteed way to success, but subverting the status quo sure can help. And from a confused old man without full series context perspective, these Disney Plus full-length special episodes could be a highlight for the show's future, however long that is. But maybe the current runners know that they don't got that many years left and they're gonna get real weird with it. I just hope Disney doesn't get carried away with commissioning too many extra special episodes from the team. Otherwise, we're just gonna have another Treehouse of Horror or Slideshow Bob situation where it's done too much and loses every aspect of its novelty. But for now, assuming these specials will be in annual batches and they're not gonna make any more crossover shorts, I think this more ambitious direction could be a reinvention for the show that it truly never got to stay crescent fresh. And again, I have heard the show has improved in the past 3 or so years, so this might only be a fraction of that improvement, and perhaps I'm missing out on far more than I initially perceived. And if I do ever watch all of the show again, updated edition, there could be some light at the end of the tunnel. Which is a reasonable assumption, you know, there's so much bad in this show that the current team probably has a much larger understanding of what not to do. Eliminate the happy horse shit.
Guys, did you know The Simpsons fell off? Even saying it ironically at this point is a cliche. But damn it, did it go to universally loved to universally I feel like this fell off. What could you expect from a show approaching its 40th f***ing season? Well, 37 is next as of writing, but it is greenlit up to that. Like any show that goes off the rails with burnout slop, much like this channel, it's very common for characters to start acting out of character. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We gotta do whatever plot we can scrap together, even if it makes no sense for what was pre-established. Homer became a villain that was heartless. Marge became a worse spouse than Homer with no severity. Who's Maggie again? Lisa goes gaga, Dan'll plan. Lisa goes gaga, Dan'll plan. And Bart just became the writer's punching bag. I love watching a literal child have a heart attack. I love watching a literal child attempt suicide.
And worst of all, Ned Flanders talks to Lady Gaga. It's totally pointless. Moving on.
One of the less talked about character downfalls is Sideshow Bob. Despite his barrage of appearances, Bob never earned main supporting character status, unlike Mr. Burns, Stupid Sexy Flanders, Moe, Apu, etc. And I say this in reference to the show's own credits. Bob's voice actor Kelsey Grammer is credited as guest, but unlike Crabapple, guest actually means something. He was the most special of guests from having just the right amount of appearances, at least when the majority of people were still watching, to truly cement his mark on the show's history. If Treehouse of Horror was a character, it would be Sideshow Bob, and that's both a compliment and an insult because I don't gotta tell you what Treehouse of Horror turned into. Oh yeah, disclaimer, I grew up with The Simpsons and misheard his name as Slideshow Bob because I was like 9 years old, and I've just since developed the completely inconsequential habit of mispronouncing his name.
That's not his name, dude.
I'm never wrong!
Alright.
I've done it on this channel before, I've done it in real life, so if I say Slideshow Bob, I know that's not his name. I just got kicked out of middle school and started picking up bad habits, damn it.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
East Fog, a story of slow terror and swift death, planned by a brilliant murderer.
Between my snug comfort and the gray immensity outside. But I've lost my taste for them now. Lost it on the night I heard them moan a dirge of death. Hard enough to lose a friend.
Dr. Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. was truly a product of the original team's childhoods and shifting cultural perceptions since. An overlooked aspect of the show's world building is that it was clearly influenced by the majority of the original notable team members' childhoods of the 50s and 60s, aka the generation of baby boomers between 1946 to 1964. I'm going to try and use that word as non-ironically as possible. Now, if you're a loser, you probably recognize these names, but the following names are all important to the show's creative history in one way or another if you're not aware, including the original trio of showrunners, including creator Matt Groening, born 1954, the less recognized co-creator Sam Simon, born 1955, and one exception, additional showrunner and co-founder of Gracie Films, James L. Brooks, born in 1940, but close enough, he was still alive then, as well as the future main Simpsons showrunners, including Al Jean, 1961, David Merkin, 1955, and the duo of Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein, both born in 66. And even creative consultant and episode director Brad Bird in 1957, a big name with a ton of other credits, most recognized for Ratatouille and The Incredibles, and even my favorite talk show host and the only good living one, if you ask me, Conan O'Brien was even a writer at a point, born in 1963. Now, of course, the show is set in the present of every year it came out, but there's a ton of little details to suggest influence of the baby boomer childhood beyond its Flintstones rip-off nature of satirizing the nuclear family.
Yabba dabba doo! I like talking to you!
Marge's haircut being comically disproportionate, mocking fashion trends, Milhouse being the middle name of President Richard Nixon, all the Beatles references, Mayor Quimby clearly just being John F. Kennedy, being a Democrat with a thick Massachusetts accent and has a variety of big booty bitches to choose from, Al in Season 4's Duffless when portraying the 1960 presidential electoral debate. Actual JFK just has Quimby's voice.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my fondness for Duff beer.
A pink family car. Google 90s cars. You're not gonna find a pink one until page 30 probably. Now, I first got into the show when I was like 9 years old in 2013, and when I first realized that Marge didn't have a job, that just blew my mind. Like, what do you mean, the working mother? Shouldn't they be working to begin with? Of course, having no understanding of the cultural implications it was satirizing.
But now!
Shut the fuck up, Marge.
Marge being an unemployed mother wasn't very progressive, but that wasn't the point of her character. It was a product of the series' greater satirical purpose. The purpose of such was progressive because it was mocking the questionable nature of the nuclear family Marge was the backbone of. You know, in The Cosby Show, it's the dad that's conveniently employed at home. Maybe he's actually on paid leave, if you know what I'm saying.
What do you like to play?
Pokemon!
Pokemon!
In the original Brady Bunch, the mom, Carol, doesn't have a job, but in the sequel series, she's a real estate agent, that's conveniently employed at home. It's a new decade, you can't have women unemployed anymore. In Full House, the mom is... Oh, wait.
Correction, Homer. You're the second.
That's right, Mr. Peabody!
Quiet, you.
Now, stuff like this is mostly just inconsequential historical Easter eggs or very obvious aspects of its Flintstones ripoff nature, but it is an overlooked attribute of the world building nonetheless. And in little doses, the baby boomer childhood is on display in the standard American present setting. So it's not really surprising, since that the circus was dead and was beginning to be associated with villainy, that one of the first things the team decided to do was have a circus villain. Of course, being based on the circus-inspired media once the actual circus was gone. But Sideshow Bob is a circus villain nonetheless. An antagonist archetype which was kind of ahead of its time. Yes, Sideshow Bob doesn't predate Pennywise and the Wayne Gacy murders, but he gets the bronze trophy, I guess. Now, today, all the common circus archetypes, clowns especially, are now associated with horror. You can't tell me Bob Dylan's Desolation Row uses the word circus non-derogatorily. And speaking of clowns, you can't have Sideshow Bob without Crunchy the Clown. Robert's position of sideshow, referring to the secondary circus performers in a yay old-timey circus, the Freaks, aka the disabled or abnormal.
What would you do if I went off the air?
But of course, Krusty the Clown doesn't host a circus, he hosts a circus-inspired TV show. And why? Because the modern circus, if you could call it modern, dates back to the 1700s, but was a spectacle to behold in the early 1900s. Rod McEwen, born in 1933's song Open the Window and See All the Clowns, released in 1966, captures that spectacle to families of 33 perfectly. But after World War II ended, what came out? The television, which progressively took out the circus in the mainstream. Okay, well technically the television blew up in the mid to late 50s, but people love using World War II as a placeholder for dividing history, so I'll just say roughly post-World War II. If you're in your late 90s as of writing, then you probably use World War II as a placeholder for measuring time. And why? 'Cause Nagasaki wasn't the only boom of babies. The people in their late 90s today brought the boom to the generation that created our Simpsons founding fathers. But beyond the rise of television, yay old-timey circus also became subject to more and more controversy by animal and civil rights activist groups, with accusations of mistreating the disabled, abnormal, and animals. Even before the post-World War II era, but the civil rights movement beginning in '54 didn't help either, even if the yay old-timey circus was less in violation of its main priority, racial inequality. The equality consideration factors by the general consumer didn't help, but that doesn't mean that the sideshow performers didn't take any cues from minstrel show performers, like they got the makeup, might as well reverse Michael Jackson. The disabled weren't strictly sideshow performers, but anything goes. I'm number one, you're number two, performers at large, but I am larger than you. The 1932 film Freaks was an adaptation of the short story named Spurs from 1922 and was extremely controversial at release. This is the result of the movie's commentary on the mistreatment of the disabled and abnormal, but is now regarded as a masterpiece by modern audiences for its progressive commentary. And this was in '32, towards the end of mainstream circuses. And coincidentally enough, it was even parodied in Treehouse of Horror 24 with the segments Freaks No Geeks, but I didn't say sparingly parodied. They don't even homage the most famous scene, you know the one. So the circus started closing and the performers hit the new scene, the TV screen, which eventually created circus-inspired shows, mainly with clowns, because they were a symbol of joy rather than fear at that point. I'll be referring to these post-circus but circus-inspired shows as boomer circuses.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Krusty the Clown's shows are indefinitely boomer circuses. Now, the most famous boomer circus clown was Bozo from Bozo's Circus. But others who qualify include Wizzo, Corky, and Crinkles from the infamous cereal commercial you probably saw on Top 10 Scariest Things lists in 2015.
It's so good, I crinkle every time I eat it. Yep, no matter what other rice cereal you've ever tried, you'll love post-sugar rice crinkles best of all. Honey and sugar make it different and wonderful. A circus of fun to eat, so you crinkle on down.
However, the specific inspiration for Krusty the Clown was the far more obscure Rusty Nails, portrayed by James H. Allen.
Krusty is based on a guy that both Matt and I knew in Oregon, kind of roughly, who actually had a kids show in Oregon, didn't he?
Krusty the Clown was based in part by a clown in Portland, Oregon, who had a TV show. The clown's name was Rusty Nails.
Yes.
He's a really sweet clown, actually, with a Christian message sometimes. But he had the scariest name I've ever heard of any clown.
I know a porn
Rusty
actor by the
Nails.
same name.
They don't see us enough. As you point out, they're seeing animation up there on the screen, and how can they relate to a frog or puppets, which are valuable and so important?
Remember when the circus came to town and you were frightened by the clown?
Krusty's show is mostly lost media despite running from 1957 to 1972. The 3-ish decade run is why Krusty is often portrayed as a veteran of his industry, often flashing back to old shows for comedic effect.
Now what you've been waiting for? Another long raga by Ravi Shankar. Shankar. Groovy, man.
Those types of Krusty's jokes are a product of his inspiration and not just an opportunity to satirize media standards and trends of prior decades. And Krusty rhymes with rusty, and pies also have crust, and clowns be smacking each other in the face with pies and shit. Now, beyond the role of sideshow performer, Bob is still a product of cultural perceptions, a circus villain before they were cool, although a very different type of 60s clown sideshow character offstage villain. A boomer circus villain. But the more circuses were obscured by the public, the more it became a location of dread. You know, people were going to the circus during the wars, even if they weren't kicking Nazis in the balls overseas. In combat or not, it was not a pleasant time to be alive, like that gives the bubonic plague a run for its money. Clowns' exaggerative features are supposed to be joyful, but it became interpreted as a threat by the general public.
Papa's gotta help me out. I miss the circus.
Wow. Beyond location, in 1979, American serial killer John Wayne Gacy was arrested and later charged for 33 accounts of murder, as well as 1 count of indecent sexual assault, 1 count of intended liberties with a child, and a dropped charge of aggravated kidnapping. Gacy was locally recognized for his clown persona, Pogo. The clown was meant to build a strong public image and appeal to youngsters. This element of his criminal strategy shocked the public given the unorthodox nature. So beyond clowns being residents of locations of dread, Gacy would permanently damage the social perception of the art form.
Can't sleep. Clown will eat me. Can't sleep. Clown will eat me.
It is often interpreted by fans that Stephen King's character Pennywise was inspired by Pogo, the book It being published in 1986, a mere 7 years after, but it's never been confirmed by King. It's very much possible that the character was created for subverting the archetype of joy. King was born in 47, he was probably around for the very end of the circus and the beginning of boomer circuses.
You freak! Wanna see a magic trick? Here is your ass, and here's my dick! Why so serious while I'm ripping your rape?
But today, clowns and similar circus archetypes are just seen as pure evil. That's why boomer circus shows adjacent to Rusty Nails died out with Gen X. With one exception, of course.
Say the line, Bart!
The Little Clowns of Happy Town, better recognized by a lyric from its musical number from the series referencing a character's name, Awful Be Bad, ha 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 ha, get down.
Get down!
By the Gen X childhood, you couldn't have a clown for children at a birthday party anymore. What are you, fucking John Wayne Gacy? As for the Simpsons case, what kids are watching clown shows in the 90s? None. What are these kids watching, the fucking John Wayne Gacy show? I imagine the damaged perception of clowns was contagious to all the other old-timey circus job positions. No, because who wants to live before World War II is over, on top of, what are you, fucking John Wayne Gacy? The freaks became inhuman monsters. You must respect the ringmaster's authority. Well, the knife throwers got the knife already. The fire breathers got the fire already. The fortune teller abuses magic.
Oh, get down!
They're all heartless villains. Now, Bob's conception of let's make a boomer circus villain is just a personal assumption of mine that's never been confirmed. In his case, we only see the mistreated freak, but he's not intellectually disabled or abnormal. Well, besides his feet, which can be resolved with shoes he can clearly obtain. Because he's a boomer circus sideshow performer, you can't get away with that type of treatment and exploitation post-World War II and post-Civil Rights Movement. Unless you're Maury Povich. A very different type of circus villain, but his entire motivation and recognized alias originates from his boomer circus position. And hey, maybe all of what I just said could be a bunch of liberal bullshit and I'm looking into American history just a little too deep. But the only thing that's ever been extensively confirmed about his inspiration is his personality inspiration. Dr. Fraser Kane from the Cheers cinematic universe. Rip Norm. Even to the point where Frasier's actor, Kelsey Grammer, was chosen to play Sideshow Bob. Sideshow Bob is basically just Frasier, but boomer circus villain. But how did he even get him? He's fucking Frasier, chica. Well, Sam Simon wrote and produced on Cheers, and Kelsey Grammer also made an appearance on The Tracy Ullman Show in 1987. So this Cheers writer would be influential in copy-pasting Frasier, but to make him evil in the show he co-created. But Grammer mainly secured the role of evil Frasier, not just because he was actual Frasier, but because of his singing voice.
Baby, I hear the blues are calling, tossed salads and scrambled eggs.
An overlooked ability of his, although he is most known for the Cheers cinematic universe, which are sitcoms. He got his start on Broadway, and commercial theater often features musicals no shit Sherlock.
Trip through It's a Small World pretending I was a UN interpreter. Oh, good Lord.
So he has a handful of vocalist credits, most of which are obscured by the character of Frasier. Frasier is practically his alter ego, even though he never wrote for the character, unlike Kermit the Frog, Elvira, or Pee Wee Herman, or whatever.
Oh, it's just Weezer. Weezer? Oh my god, it's Weezer!
So for season 1 of The Simpsons, Frasier was in the building, and Dr. Robert does everything he can. Bob isn't a character with a proper story arc necessarily, but he is a character with continuity. His storylines often referencing past events, as they are largely oriented around revenge and previous perceptions. So there is kind of like a non-anthological miniseries in Simpsons lore throughout the years. So to identify his loss and specialty, I'ma go over all his major appearances, formatting his one-of-a-kind kind of story. Now, for the sake of time and relevance, I'm not gonna be going over every appearance of his character ever, because we'd be here all day and a lot of those are just inconsequential cameos, whether Kelsey speaks or not. This is Bob in the Do the Bartman music video. This is Bob in Bart Gets an F. This is Bob in his stupid-ass Disney Plus short. This is Bob linking up with Frank Grimes and Kodos or Kang, it's never clarified, in Treehouse of Horror 27. This is Bob in Club Villain, your favorite Martian music video. And even if he does speak in some of those appearances, I'm not going to be pointing all of those out. Also, don't really interpret what I say as proper episode reviews. Yes, the following will be opinionated, but it's as his role of special guest. I will be going over how it's utilized. What's irrelevant to the episodes will not be mentioned. I will review all the episodes in 2000 and never when I review all the seasons. I don't have time. I have to be done at 5:40.
And Krusty will send you a free slide whistle just like Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Bob's first appearance was actually silent, a silent cameo I will be mentioning, and simply was foreshadowing, but most notably has an inconsistent portrayal when compared to his first speaking role within the same season. Here, Dr. Robbie only speaks through a slide whistle, so I think this is why I kept thinking his name was Slideshow Bob for years, because he has a part of the show where he utilizes a slide whistle. Of course, his use of a slide whistle is supposed to be contradictory to his actual rather sophisticated speaking voice that is revealed later in the season. But my brain couldn't put together the concept of foreshadowing his voice in particular at that age. This first draft in the final show is in the episode The Telltale Head, better known as the one where Bart decapitates the statue of Jebediah Springfield, which raises the question, why did the design change so rapidly within the same season? It is commonly assumed that the director of Bob's debut spotlight and second overall appearance, if not mistaken, Krusty Gets Busted,
pushed for a more villainous design, hence to why he looks so different despite this from being the same batch of episodes. And that director would be Mr. Brad Bird. So this was Matt Groening's design, and this was Brad Bird's redesign. Allegedly. Look at his goofy ass. That's fine as a background character, but how are we supposed to take him seriously? He's a boomer circus villain. He looks like one of those images of blueberry muffins that look like chihuahuas, but a Simpsons person. So they just erased his chonk.
And when have you ever seen 3 big, very smooth arcs of hair sticking out of a person's forehead? I haven't.
Now, keep in mind, Brad Bird was mainly a creative consultant on the first 8 seasons, and this is the only episode he has a full directing credit for. But he does have a co-directing credit on Season 3's Like Father, Like Clown, as well as the Do the Bartman music video, which isn't an episode. But in retrospect, Bird has since been highly acclaimed by fellow team members of the era, being credited for influencing a cinematic edge to presentation decisions. Bird taking the approach that the animation should be structured more like movies even if they're sketching the whole thing from scratch. Stuff like homages through framing and altering color choices can be traced back to Bird's consultancy. One thing I dislike about the HD era episodes, aka Season 20 onward, not to be confused with the synonymous digital era, aka Season 12 onward, is that they don't play with the colors at all. It can be very saturated at times. Google any random clip from the 2010s onward. It's probably gonna be really bright. Hell, Google any Treehouse of Horror from the 2010s, aka 21 to 30, and it probably just has like a smidge of background shading. Or, you know, it's just set at night for aesthetical convenience. Like, they don't play with the colors at all. Some screwing around with the colors to the viewers could help portray a villainous character. And it's formatting decisions like these that made the assumption that Bird was responsible for the redesign in the same season, given that he was in charge of his big moment. Krusty Gets Busted was also the first time in the series where the spotlight was shifted away from one of the main family members, which, if I can recall correctly, is nothing out of the ordinary for seasons onward as the bizarre Springfield residents became more refined. But this is the one episode of Season 1 where the main conflict isn't centered around one of the main family members, but Krusty the Clown, even if Bart and Lisa are there to save the day, which also lays down the groundwork for Krusty's plot lines as we began to see him outside of his show within a show segments. And while it wasn't the introduction of Itchy and Scratchy, it was the introduction of their theme song. The plot also creates the necessity for Sideshow Mel, who is clearly one of the writer's favorite characters whenever a reactionary crowd is needed because of his exaggerative Shakespearean accent.
Back in my day, we had people who stood up to ruffians. We called them men.
I agree with the hideous crone.
Hell, this was also Kent Brockman's first TV monologue. So there's some pretty foundational elements both in regards to characters and structures. But it is still Season 1 at the end of the day, so not everything clicked instantly. But Bob oddly and honestly clicked instantly. But of course, additional attributes would be applied, but only expanding upon what was relevantly established here. His Fraser-pilled taste in art, his big-ass feet, his yee-yee-ass haircut, and most crucially, his mastermind with tragic flaws. Showrunner Al Jean has compared Bob to Wile E. Coyote in that they are both intelligent, but their plans are always foiled as a result of being blinded of their arrogance of superior intellect. There's always a domino or two revealing the mystery. And here, the mystery is genuinely well hidden for a twist villain as long as you're not aware of the character's future or the trope based in historical mistreatment of these sideshow freaks rebelling. But he's yet to peak as a serious threat. But Bob was so well received by the staff and viewers alike that he would gain his status of gimmicky guest. Season 2 would mark the debut of his permanent replacement, Sideshow Mel, in the classic Itchy and Scratchy and Marge.
Hey, settle down, boys and girls.
in which the elephant in the room of Krusty having a sidekick or not is answered, with the introduction of Robert's replacement, further implying yet another status quo change of Bob for the moment basically permanently being in prison. Unlike, say, Snake or Fat Tony, who just show up and get in and out whenever convenient. Bob not returning to the spotlight until Season 3's Black Widower for another mystery plot, but it's not a really whodunit, it's a what's he gonna do, a good subversion in the tense building of continuity. Considering the introduction of Sideshow Mel, the writer saw that there had to be continuity for his grand return. After all, he's a special guest, you better treat him as special. But for the antagonist's role for the second time, it escalates his perception as a threat. First, he was willing to impersonate and rob, but now he's willing to murder. The team clearly trying to make him more of a threat with each progressing installment through this unofficial mini-series of sorts. He's back with a vengeance, but only by a notch, and that progressive notch is satisfactory, but when it goes too far is where things start to fall apart. But not in Black Widower. Bob marrying Selma Bouvier, failing to realize the Bouvier name is legally related to the Simpson name. His failure to foresee the threat of her extended family before marrying and attempting to murder such. Bob pridefully taking effort to portray himself as a reformed criminal, believing that's enough for his extended family to trust him. And as we now know, he'd escalate to straight up attempted murder of a child, but it's great that we can start with murder of an adult. But a minor detail of Bob's portrayal here is the establishment of his conservative Republican political views. So when he says,
"You can't keep the Democrats out of the White House forever, and when they get in, I'm back on the streets with all my criminal buddies."
There's two ways to interpret this line. The writers could be making a jab at the nature of American Democrats being more liberal in regards to criminal charges, Bob viewing the possibility of the Republican president, George H.W. Bush, not getting reelected later that year in 1992, which actually happened, or perhaps foreshadowing. So what's the next logical step in Bob's hustle? Well, kill the child foiling his plans. Returning in Season 5's Cape Fear, the grand showdown where he ain't fucking around, and entirely through a parody of Cape Fear. They spelled it different. Specifically the film adaptations from 1962 and 1991. The original novel being The Executioners, released in 1957. And for a niche parody, it flows perfectly and doesn't come off as bizarre for canon in universe. Cape Fear is a very unorthodox crime story about a former convict taking revenge on the lawyer responsible for his imprisonment. So there's nothing out of the real world despite the genre's extensive reliance on supernatural shock. So what was originally used for shock in a desperate measure for stalking to murder is transformed for comedy. The setup wastes zero potential. It's one great joke after another while not eliminating Bob's presence as a legitimate threat willing to murder.
Sideshow Bob tried to kill me on our honeymoon.
How many people in this court are thinking of killing her right now? Be honest.
It's a silly version of a pre-existing story, but still has the drama when necessary. It's a perfect balance that makes an iconic episode. So now that he was an attempted child murderer, what should he do next to escalate the character's villainy? Well, abuse legal prosecution against Bart Simpson. In Season 6's Sideshow Bob Roberts, which I think is a very underrated episode in general, not just an overlooked appearance of Sideshow Bob. Additionally, just like Cape Fear, casually but less obviously parodying media canonically in universe. Here, through the 1992 film Bob Roberts, featuring the comical rise of ultra-conservative Bob Roberts. But how would Sideshow Bob squeeze his way into the government? Getting rid of Mayor Quimby, the Democrat with a thick Massachusetts accent who has a variety of big booty bitches to choose from. So there's only one additional thing this could be parodying: the 1960 United States presidential election between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. And if you've seen Futurama, then you'd know how much Matt Groening and friends love Richard Nixon jokes.
Nixon's back!
And notice how I didn't say Nixon's middle initial M as in Milhouse.
Nobody likes Milhouse!
Prior to The Simpsons, Matt Groening made the comic strip Life in Hell, which had a similar satirical edge. And in a panel subtitled What to Name the Baby, Milhouse was listed under No Longer Recommended. And I wonder what historical figure of both his childhood and young adulthood inspired that. If you're not American, Richard Nixon is probably the most recognized deceased United States president, but often not for good reason. He is the only US president to resign after controversy, further diminishing his credibility as a leader. No matter how much revisionist propaganda his Heritage Foundation posts on their YouTube channel. So whether you were alive under his administration or not, he is undoubtedly a comical villain of American history. So to just make a fictional comic villain a stand-in for a real-world political comical villain the creator and friends shit on the regular already just adds up perfectly, which is also a convenient purpose of Springfield's local JFK stand-in. Springfield's JFK fighting against Springfield's Nixon for office. And what do you know, the Democrat Quimby pardons Robert. Republican Bob views himself as suited to lead and willing to break the law for such. But his confession in court of election fraud rather than successfully persuading the public in his favor being his tragic flaw. So after resorting to political interference, what could be next? Nuclear violence in Season 7's Sideshow Bob's Last Gleaming. While the episode does live up to progressing a larger danger with his antagonist role, if you ask me, this is officially the point where Bob's roles and stories started to get out of hand. Last Gleaming is one of the first episodes I think of when I think bad episodes from good Simpsons, which is still better than a majority of dead zombie Simpsons has to offer, but still, it's an outlier in a good season. Here, Bob acquires an atomic bomb and threatens Springfield if they don't conform. And while yes, the villain being an actual nuclear threat in a series modeled after satirizing the nuclear family is logical for the context of the show's existence, I don't think it lends itself well to Bob's character and subsequent progression, and just the plot in general. Abusing nuclear engineering for violence is something far more suited for Mr. Burns, who was in the Republican Party headquarters, coincidentally enough. This episode is kind of like if the Mr. Burns blocking the sun aspect of who shot Mr. Burns was the main conflict, rather than answering the question of who shot Mr. Burns. Again, if you're not American, I keep saying the nuclear family, but that's a piece of slang referencing Cold War era denialism of what was considered the perfect family. Because what happened to end World War II?
7, 6, 6.
Yeah, I don't think a boomer circus villain should be a attempted war criminal. That's way more extreme than election fraud, but also nuclear war doesn't seem very Frasier adjacent. I also think Bob gets a bomb in an incredibly and not satisfactory plan as a result of his criminal genius. In Bob Roberts, Bob, the master manipulator, tricks local conservative talk show host Birch Barlow that he was unethically imprisoned. Barlow being based on Family Guy guest star and nothing else, Rush Limbaugh. So there's a climactic build-up that allows political satire in addition to homaging Bob Roberts. But in Last Gleaming, Bob escapes from the authorities while on community service and attends an Air Force show and impersonates his way into an Air Force base where he finds an atomic bomb. One stupid convenience after another. And why? Well, because its main source of parody is also revealed in the title, once again, Twilight's Last Gleaming from 1977, based on the 1971 novel Viper 3, as well as some of the black comedy of Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, aka How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb, as well as the film Fail Safe. So its biggest flaw here is just its bad choices of parody, contrary to Cape Fear and Bob Roberts, which were excellent uses of parody. But on top of a misguided parody choice combination, Roberts' character progression sucks. Here, Bob grows a hatred of television. Well, buddy, that's not too conservative of ya. What happened to deporting all the clowns and making TV great again? Surely, it would be more logical for Bob to think that the majority of shows are brain rot and the invention can be used for good. That's quite literally what he does in Krusty Gets Busted. And yes, I know it's established in episode that he has a shifted opinion in universe, as this episode actually ties back to his legacy with Krusty, but it's done through fucking nuclear war terrorism for the sake of a lame parody. So you figured this ridiculous plot would be the true point where the guest lost any specialty. Well, surprisingly not, but it's a foreshadowing of the horror to come. Bob's next large focus was Brother from Another Series in Season 8, which is a surprisingly great episode and not just use of Bob's character. And I say surprisingly not just because I hate the previous episode, but because it uses a tired cliche very sparingly, the double trouble villain, you know, where the gimmick is that the villain is back, but this time there's more. While it's intended for an extra threat, it often leads to quantity over quality. It's Goosebumps book-level villainy. But the introduction of Cecil Onderdonk Terwilliger was a great way to expand upon the character. Cecil being portrayed by David Heath Pierce, aka Dr. Crane Niles from Frasier, aka Frasier's younger brother. Their dynamic is basically borrowed here, much like how Bob was just Frasier but evil. This is basically stealing for a good cause, so who the fuck cares? And that was a good call for reference humor. Obviously, the two actors have experienced chemistry with each other, which allows another great use of the bickering brothers cliche.
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work. Oh, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Maybe if you got rid of that old yee-yee ass haircut you got, you get some bitches on your dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog ass if she ever stop fucking with that brain surgeon, the lawyer she fucking with.
Cecil being Bob's younger brother, the very person that admired Krusty the Clown to begin with. Cecil failing his Krusty sidekick audition, but Bob unintentionally passing thanks to the power of his yee-ass haircut he got. The episode answering why was Bob on Krusty's show if he hates it so much to begin with. It's a backstory you never knew you needed, but the actual plot works as a great criminal scheme episode adjacent to the previous besides Last Gleaming. Bob manipulating Reverend Lovejoy into assuming purity, and he's freed by the Democrats once again. Bob now living and being employed with his brother. Cecil Terwilliger's profession is the chief hydrological and hydrodynamical engineer of Springfield, while planning an embezzlement scheme for the whole 2,000 watts and blowing up the Springfield Dam. Bart and Lisa assuming a plan to murder once again. But to their surprise, they decide to work with Bob to stop Cecil. The episode manages to make a focus episode without Bob being the main antagonist, but still be narratively logical, which is a really nice change of pace. And again, enemies become allies is a cliche used very sparingly. Yo, did the Simpsons predict huge testicles? But there's just one problem with the episode. The ending of Bob being arrested with Cecil's defeat. Now, I know the whole joke is that Chief Wiggum is stupid and it's in character, but he wasn't responsible. Why does he suffer repercussions? Now, for the record, I am not a Steven Universe fan. I do not believe that every villain should have a redemption arc. But this is the exact point where Bob probably should have been redeemed. It just makes too much narrative sense for the context of the episode. An episode part of the mini-series of sorts where continuity actually matters. And yeah, I guess he is kind of redeemed for the moment in a way, but he still ends up in prison in the end, presumably to not make another drastic status quo change. But spoilers, this was the last good thing they do with the character for a fat minute. And hey, in a perfect world where The Simpsons ended after 8-ish seasons, you know, not 40 minimum, it could have been the grand conclusion to one of its rare instances of continuity. But it was very apparent that the team tried 5 things and were all out of ideas. It's also worth noting that Season 8 was the last season under showrunning duo Bill Oakley and Josh Weinstein. So maybe when Mike Scully took over as showrunner, he just had no interest in using the character until about Season 12, which was also Scully's last season before Al Jean would take over for Season 13 onward. while being joined by Matt Selman in season 32 onward. But he doesn't commit the crime in Brother from Another Series, so maybe he is redeemed, he's just off screen and still in prison.
Hey, yo, the pizza here.
Well, no, he isn't actually, because that would make too much sense. So, what did Mike Scully and friends envision for the character? An actually pretty decent concept of Bob hypnotizing Bart to kill Krusty, except it's season 12. Admittedly, season 12 I kind of have like a hate boner for because it was the first like bad Simpsons season I ever saw. Again, I didn't see the classics in order. And being a stupid and obsessive fan, I hate to admit I've probably seen season 12 like 3 or 4 more times than I should have out of sheer boredom.
Also, her 45-degree ponytail makes her look like a Native American.
But Trilogy of Error is fantastic. Great episode. Not that I've rewatched much of it recently, but 2000 Simpsons in general is what I like to call the mildly amusing era. It's a bad show with good jokes. So the majority of the episodes have their funny moments, but they're not really worth watching as episodes. They're great for out-of-context clips, though.
Now for the highlight of our show, a special appearance by Elvis!
Krusty is hosting a retirement special, which obviously doesn't stick around. And Bob also gets a job at Springfield Elementary, then plans a terrorist plot hypnotizing Bart and strapping a bomb to him while attending the special live so he can kill both Bart and Krusty. Bart conveniently snaps back into reality at the last minute, turning an attempted murder into a reconciliation. The episode is super forgettable, and I like what they're trying to do, at least in the end, with canonically addressing the role and legacy of Sideshow Bob throughout the Krusty the Clown media history. And it's a better combination of Bob resorting to terrorism than Last Gleaming, but it's still season 12. But in the Al Jean era, Bob would start appearing every couple seasons or so. Next, in season 14's The Great Louse Detective. Homer is a victim to an attempted murder, so they hire their local former Simpson attempted murderer, Sideshow Bob. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I swear a lot of these post-Prime episodes are just hell-bent on whatever random character combos they can come up with and then just doing whatever with the previously unexplored, which of course lacks substance. Look, maybe I'm misremembering, but this is just one of those episodes that relies on a random character pandering, which is not a good thing because it's just random.
And then Lady Gaga talks to Flanders. It's totally pointless. Moving on.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't expect a Homer and Sideshow Bob team-up episode, but why should they? It doesn't do anything interesting, but the ending is surprisingly memorable because it's a complete middle finger of an ending and garbage fan service. It turns out Frank Grimes Jr. was attempting to murder Homer, but Frank Grimes Sr.
was Homer Simpson's self-proclaimed enemy in season 8's Homer's Enemy.
Yo, Frank Grimes is even on the spine of the Season 8 DVD box set, which is probably the highest honor you can get. Actually, no, it gets better.
Homer's Enemy. This is easily one of the darkest episodes The Simpsons have put out.
What's up, my name? They clearly just wanted to bring Frank Grimes back, but oh wait, he's literally famous for... So he has been referenced a ton of times, both onward canon and non-canon. So the downfall of Sideshow Bob and the downfall of Frank Grimes via fan service rabbit holes tie together. And you might ask, well, how does Frank Grimes have a son? I thought he was jealous of Homer having 3 children, one that owns a factory.
No story, no motive, no reason, and no background check. Wait, Frank Grimes wasn't married. How could he have a son?
He happened to like hookers, okay?
Which doesn't seem very in character for Grimy because he's distributing United States currency to prostitutes for sexual intercourse pleasure. Frank Grimes is a real-life hard worker. Isn't that why people liked him? Surely he'd earn his chances in the coochie slot by not cheating the system with some dough. Complete middle finger comes out of nowhere, so Bob helped Homer Simpson. That's a Simpson. Close enough.
Surely he would be redeemed at this point. But after the conflict has already been resolved, Bob takes the opportunity of abusing his earned trust from Homer by trying to kill his son. Kind of like Brother from Another Series, it's just a tacked-on status quo reversion. It's not like we get to see him plan a Bart murder while he's teaming up with Homer. It's tacked on so the audience doesn't assume a redemption, when in the narrative context he clearly has long deserved a redemption. Did the concept of twist villain Frank Grimes Jr. not warrant more development? Like, surely they could have planted Blue's Clues, but no.
Let's all go find Blue's Clues. Here's a clue. Your hairstyle makes you look like a Jew.
Hell, this entire episode might have just been conceived out of rehashing Brother from Another Series by showcasing yet another Terwilliger Simpsons team-up. Speaking of Cecil, in Season 17's The Italian Bob, the team decided that they should expand Bob's character by giving him more of a family, which on principle is very similar to Sideshow Cecil. Here there's a kind of movie parody plot with Sideshow Bob as the antagonist, this time doing the Italian job by going to many of the same locations, but it's only a parody through vaguely inspired locations of choice. It is really not a sparing use of parody, even if it's not really trying to be one. The identity of the plot is just confused. The Flintstones go to Italy. It's fucking off in Italy. Post-Prime, there's a lot of these travel episodes where they just fuck off in a different country and make random jokes about cultural differences. And like way too late into the episode, an actual plot kicks in, which could probably just happen in the absurd Springfield to begin with. Season 12's The Simpsons Safari is where they go to Africa and is in Season 12, and fuck Season 12 because 10-year-old me said so. Season 13's Blame It on Lisa was controversial for its stereotypical depictions of Brazilians. So subsequently, this Brazil travel episode makes a lot of most abysmal Simpsons episodes. But it turns out that Bob has since fled from the United States and restarted his political career as a mayor of a small Tuscan Italian village. And he has since married a resident, Francesca, and they've since had a child, Gino. The Flintstones have dirt on the Jetsons, so blackmailing humor, ruh-roh. But the Flintstones spill the beans, and it turns out the other Jetsons already know about George's past. So the Jetsons are after the Flintstones, oh no! Francesca and Gino are just Bob but girl and Bob but child. Sideshow Cecil got away with this because his plot made Bob the twist hero. Plus he had some serious chemistry with Kelsey Grammer, and his backstory was very logical, filling in the blanks and expanding Bob's own story. Francesca and Gino aren't interesting, there's no backstory or anything, because so much of the episode is just spent finding an excuse to go to Italy and fucking off in Italy rather than developing an antagonist. Francesca and Gino are such a forgettable addition to a crappy episode that's only half a Sideshow Bob episode. Yeah, that's right, at this point, he's been devoted to like random twist villain, except the twist is kind of revealed in the title. Now, The Simpsons rarely show the title of the episodes in the show unless you're Treehouse of Horror or Another Kind of Special, or you're the comedic exception of Bart Gets Hit by a Car. They don't have title cards like SpongeBob SquarePants. So yeah, you wouldn't know the title if you saw it on live TV for the first time. And yeah, it has a purpose of parodying the Italian job. There's a point to the pun, but the pun spoils the plot. The Season 17 box set also has Bob on the cover, so I guess the fucking DVD also spoils the twist, and it's not even a good twist. Makes you want to holler sometimes and pull a Frank Grimes.
Come down to Freddy Fazbear Pizza Fred Bear.
Speaking of death, Season 19's Funeral for a Fiend has another fine enough concept of Bob faking his death in court after yet another failed attempted murder, as Shakespeare is pretty Frasier-pilled and he wants to pull a Romeo and Juliet. Spoilers, it backfires. Way too much of the episode is spent on holding the Belchers hostage.
This time, to liven up my tale, I brought along some visual aids. Just call me Slideshow Bob.
Okay, actually, that might be the reason why I kept thinking his name was Slideshow Bob. I misinterpreted this completely minor joke from an episode nobody cares about. The only commendable thing this story does is its attention to detail. It continues the inclusion of Francesca and Gino and even bring back Sideshow Cecil, and that includes David Hyde Pierce. And it turns out Bob's entire family was help pulling off his fake Shakespearean death. We also get to see Dr. Robert Terwilliger Sr., which was a nice attention to detail to remember that Sideshow Bob is a junior. Robbie Sr. is played by John Mahoney, aka Martin Crane, aka Frasier's dad. It's only appropriate. We also meet Bob's mother, Dame Judith, no notable Cheers credit.
She's attractive and is the size of an average human mother.
Even if there was some thought in the concept of the family members, it's just another pointless family expansion. For the second time in a row, might I add. Speaking of continuity, this is where Francesca and Gino were completely thrown out of the picture. They are never acknowledged in series history again. But that's like his wife and child that he lives with. Shouldn't they be acknowledged? I don't even like the characters, but it's just such an obvious and very justified question to ask what the hell happened to him, and clearly the writers didn't like him either, probably because they do nothing but act like a pre-existing character in their introductory episode rather than have any character development. They're forgotten for a reason, but they're characters that shouldn't have been forgotten about, and not because they were likable. Bob's next major appearance is when they really started cranking up the diarrhea dial with his schemes. Season 21's The Bob Next Door is an episode I really want to like because it's creative enough, but it just completely falls flat in execution and would be far more appropriate for a 22-minute Treehouse of Horror. Bob starts reading plastic surgery medical handbooks in prison, where he conveniently has a cellmate named Walt Warren, and not Cecil, who coincidentally has a very similar appearance to Bob's. So Bob utilizes this plastic surgery knowledge to biologically disguise himself as Walt by swapping their faces. Bob in disguise moves next to Bart Simpson in an attempt to murder him. Bart is convinced that Walt is Bob in disguise, and he's correct in his assumption, but he doesn't break character easily.
Put those grippers away!
It actually seems like a pretty fun Vanderloop episode, but it's just not funny and super dry. It's season 21, but this one would have been great if it came out decades earlier. Not a terrible episode, but this is what cemented his new character trait of just flat out evil scientist now. And yeah, I think cutting people's faces off with plastic surgery and reattaching them is just a little too out there for the canon universe. This episode might be the most gory non-Treehouse of Horror, which is clearly what it should have been to begin with.
Here it comes. Worst expression of the whole fucking show. Whoever came up with that, go hurt yourself. For all the children you gave nightmares, please.
A lot of people sound like Sideshow Bob. Like Frasier on Cheers.
Or Frasier on Frasier.
But evil scientist Bob would continue in The Man Who Grew Too Much in season 25, where it turns out Bob is running a chemical engineering plant which Lisa takes issue with. But what's his motive? He's only trying to copy the DNA of historical figures so he can acquire their skills and his genetics. But that's only half the episode. Bob is still downgraded to unrelated plot status. The other half is Marge volunteering at church counseling to convince the teenage cast to pursue abstinence. Because that's what I think when I hear Sideshow Bob episode. I hate episodes of any show where the two plots aren't the result of the same conflict and they just vaguely tie together in the end or don't tie together at all. Like, what happened to Sideshow Bob's grand return being an event? Imagine season 25 was the last season and this is how he went out. Well, I guess they tried to make Bob an event again with his next major appearance in season 27. As the star of a segment in Treehouse of Horror 26. Yes, it took them 26 Halloween specials to finally use this attempted murderer circus villain in this type of setting as the protagonist. Well, the segment Wanted Dead Then Alive sees Bob successfully kill Bart, but subsequently have an existential crisis after he succeeds. And evil scientist Bob continuously brings Bart back to life just to be murdered again. It's a 7-minute segment and it tries to be be like a character study piece, but there's hardly enough time for there to be any weight to the situation. And I know last Simpsons video I said I stopped watching the show at 26, but it turns out it was 27. Because I can remember Fox hyping this segment specifically up a ton back in the day. Maybe I'm remembering it a little more dramatically, but it was like, oh shit, he's finally gonna kill Bart. Dude, I thought this was gonna be one of those rare lightning in a bottle ideas that would actually work, but foolish 11-year-old me for expecting a masterpiece in season 27. But this surprising non-canon misadventure would be influential to the main canon of trying to have a psychological edge to Bob's motives, which is logical enough but not used sparingly, which is seen in season 29's Gone Boy, aka a pointless Christmas special that's more of an episode canonically set in December. On a Christmas vacation, Bart gets lost in the woods and he finds like a bomb underground shelter base thing.
More like Alvin and the Shitmucks!
Meaning that he goes missing and it's up to the prisoners doing community service to help find the child. Bart is mistakenly declared as deceased. Dr. Robert, doing everything he can, reads the news today, oh boy, and has an existential crisis. Milhouse also coincidentally finding Bart, and Bob finding Bart and Milhouse together, with him being conflicted whether to murder for a 2-for-1 special with the nuclear weapons within the shelter. The existential crisis stuff is logical enough, but it's not used sparingly, and I think that's an issue that can apply to a lot of burnout slop Simpsons plots. A redemption was long overdue, and here making him comically bipolar in his motives. It feels like the writers kind of want to redeem him because it just makes sense, but they also don't, so they could use him as an antagonist again. Bobby's conflicted because the writers are, leading to attention deficit storylines for his future. The lack of his story just ending being a greater issue of the show never ending. What is there left for him to do? Speaking of continuity, at the end of this episode, Bob inexplicably is seen living in a lighthouse and becoming a crazy old lighthouse fella. But how did he get out of prison and become a lighthouse madman? Well, that's not explained until season 31's Bobby It's Cold Outside, in which we see his prison break. So, Bobby still has continuity when it's convenient for the plot. Fantastic. And if the title didn't give it away, this is another Sideshow Bob Christmas, and it just feels like two pre-existing gimmicks slapped together for the second time in a row. But at least this one actually has a point for its Christmas time setting. Here, Bob is a Santa actor at a local Santa's workshop. Okay, Bob is a performer, logical enough concept, but again, conceptually illogical, doesn't equate to anything meaningful. And somebody is stealing people's Amazon packages, delaying Christmas. Bob being out and about in a Christmas seasonal position, he is suspected to be responsible for the robbery. Further evident by his initials on the clue, SB, a callback to Black Widower acknowledging Robert's coincidental initials with Selma's. But it turns out it's not either, it's Smithers and Burns. Yet again, Bob has been demoted from main antagonist status. The episode also ends with a parody of Baby, It's Cold Outside, a Christmas song written and performed by Frank Losser but heavily popularized by Dean Martin. The song details invitations to stay inside during the cold winter of the holiday season and drink alcohol, but in the late 2010s became subject to controversy as it was interpreted as a glorification of date rape. It's the Charlie Brown's racist Thanksgiving of Christmas songs, if you will. So, the episode at the very end satirizes the shifting cultural perception around the song by having Bob's lighthouse mad woman neighbor, Cassandra, making the moves on him and making him sign a snuggling contract, addressing a comical form of consent over the tune of the song. So he has an entire musical number with a new love interest, and I bring this little sketch up at the end of the episode, not because it's really relevant to the plot or his character development, because surely this is a plot point they're setting up, like this is his new relationship or something. Nope, Cassandra is never seen again. this will come back later. Bob's next major appearance would be in Treehouse of Horror 34 in season 35. But one thing worth noting is that season 33 to present is argued to be a renaissance in the show's history by fans. This could arguably be attributed to new staff after Disney's acquisition of 20th Century Fox, by Disney now owning The Simpsons and maybe being a little stricter about quality control. Of course, there were awful promotional shorts, but on the contrary, arguably the main show surprisingly improved to fans who were still watching. Again, I stopped watching after 27. I haven't seen the arguable Renaissance seasons in their entirety. I have seen some cherry-picked episodes, however, so I will never deny that there are some good bits in the modern era.
Yo! Ah!
With your faithful French fry elf who sometimes eats the paste.
But even more surprisingly, season 35 would sparingly use Bob for the first time since season 8. Speaking of 8, the segment 8, which is a combinational parody of The Silence of the Lambs and the horror movie 7, released in 95, it's a hypothetical of what if Bob killed Bart in Cape Fear? Lisa being traumatized by Bart's murder, she pursues criminal psychology as a career path. And all these years later, she has no choice but to team up with Sideshow Bob to figure out who's been committing all the recent murders in Springfield. Lisa herself is the killer, getting herself arrested so she can murder Bob in prison as an act of revenge. With a little help from Maggie, also impacted by her brother's death by pursuing law enforcement. And even if I just spoiled basically the whole thing, it's genuinely good fan service, and I actually highly recommend this segment. Oh, and relevant enough to Bob's character portrayal, they replicate Cape's fears beginning in the digital age, and I wish every scene in the show looked like this. There's so much more pizzazz in the coloring. Like, they took what was great about the pre-digital era and used technology to enhance it. It's a fantastic attention to detail. So hey, maybe Bob could be used just strictly as a Treehouse of Horror character where there's no rules, since there's not much for him to do anymore. Well, I wish. Jumping back to the main canon, Bob's next major appearance in The Simpsons Renaissance of the 2020s was in season 36's The Yellow Lotus, which was an incredibly lame return for Bob. Again, he has since lost his main antagonist status. It's not a terrible episode, it actually has some pretty good jokes, Bob and not. But it's a terrible Sideshow Bob episode, he's just kind of there. The main conflict has way too much shit going on for 22 minutes, including Bob's conflict. Homer and Marge agree to a timeshare deal. South Park did this better. They get kicked out and are dissatisfied with their purchase. They decide to run amok in the park in rebellion, coincidentally running into the salesman that sold them the crooked timeshare, who I guess is kind of the main villain in addition to the security at the resort. But since the Griffins no longer have a room to hide in, they hide in a room unknowingly rented by Sideshow Bob, but only for storage. Bob's new wife wants a whole room for storage because she's the hoe, I guess. Bobby's brand new hoochie is not Cassandra, but Tasha. Not bringing her back was a bad move because the episode literally acknowledges his marriage to Selma.
Bob married my sister for her money, and she has way less than you.
It just seems odd to create a new love interest for the character and then not utilize it next time he has a love interest, or I guess in this case, significant other. It was a perfect opportunity for the two plots to connect. But even if Selma is acknowledged, it doesn't acknowledge Francesca, so I guess Robert's continuity matters for this plot line, but it only matters when it's convenient. And of course, the Griffins believe he's trying to repeat a murder hotel scheme just like Black Widower. Oh, also, Dr. Hibbert is there with his wife, who is a recovering alcoholic, and they suspect he's going to try and kill her with prescription drugs. So there's like 4 antagonists, and Bob is just one of them, and it turns out Bob actually loves the girl, and Hibbert isn't trying to kill his wife. It's a complicated episode that wraps up too quickly, and Bob is just a fraction of the unnecessary conflict quantity, being a downgrade from his main antagonist status once again. So even in the main series canon, in a debatable Simpsons renaissance of the 2020s, there's just nothing for him to do anymore.
He went from a true event of a character in spite of one dud episode, and just lost his magic like any other Simpsons gimmicky episode. And now he's just a product of uncertainty for being a hero or villain. An absolute downgrade from easily one of the most memorable villains in fiction in his prime. But again, for narrative quality, just flat out kill him or redeem him already. And explicitly redeemed, not flip-flopped. Brother from another series would have been the perfect opportunity for a redemption arc. So if we could get something similar to that, acknowledging his history, it could make for an interesting episode. Or hell, with the show approaching its 40th fucking season in 4 years, assuming that could be the final fucking season, we could have a great final showdown between him and Bart, final for real. But for now, he's just not what he used to be, not what he used to be, not what he used to be.
William James Gaither, stage name Bill Gaither, is an American Southern gospel and contemporary Christian music artist, being the lead in two successful groups, the Bill Gaither Trio and the Gaither Vocal Band. Debuting in the 50s and still active today, he is also a record businessman, managing both Gaither's Studios, a recording studio, and the Gaither Music Group record label, both located in his hometown of Alexandria, Indiana. The Gaither Music Group being possibly the largest independent religious record label. But when you climb so high, at what point is it really independent? But one of the gospel singer's business motives was to make cartoons. And why? Well, let's just get the obvious out of the way, the success of VeggieTales.
If you like to talk to tomatoes.
Being a CG animated series with themes and stories in relation to Christianity. It was exceptionally successful for both direct-to-video animation and religious programming, due to being well made enough to be successful beyond its target demographic of children in religious households. It was a creative miracle that somehow managed to collectively please everybody regardless of age or religious identity.
It's forcing you the message without any compassion or mercy, resulting the film to be ridiculously preachy.
That's the point, you f***ing drill bit. I saw very little of it growing up, but I did like what I saw then. I can recall segments being aired on the TV screens at Chuck E. Cheese. And by the way, the master copies of the Charles Entertainment Cheese show tapes have since leaked to the public. You can binge all the lore at home, at least from 88 to 2014.
And I was like, baby, 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 oh, like, baby, 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 no.
Which includes VeggieTales songs. I think I also saw, like, part of the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything movie at a friend's house once or something. And of course, the success expanded its relevant market. And with the help of Benji Gaither, one of Bill's sons, Live Bait Productions, an animation studio, was founded in 1997, utilizing the family label-owned music of the Gaithers and the library of their record label. So what happens when a gospel singer tries to make cartoons, seemingly only for cash and not 3/4 for the Lord? Well, let me tell you, it's a disaster.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
He said that he had seen God, and God told him to raise $8 million. God was broke.
Visit us at www.livebaitproductions.com for information on this upcoming release. The Legend at Gaither's Pond is the fourth story in a lively animated Gaither's Pond video series.
The debut of Live Bait Productions was Gaither's Pond, created by Benji with other relative Amy Michelle Gaither, starring Gaither Vocal Band vocalist Mark Lowry, in addition to co-starring Bill and his wife and prominent bandmate Gloria Gaither. Gaither's Pond would release 4 episodes, specials, whatever you want to call them, between 1997 and 2004. First on home media, and would also be syndicated on Smile of a Child.
Television network.
A name that lives in infamy for kids forced to watch religious shows. I didn't have to personally, thanks Redditor parents. But this network is just an uncanny rabbit hole in of itself. It is also a subsidiary of the Trinity Broadcasting Network, this being the 24-hour children's alternative. If you were a toddler in the 2000s, especially if raised in a religious household, and there's like a weird piece of media that confused or scared you that you can barely remember since you were either like so young that you repressed the trauma, it was probably a show running on Smile of a Child, because this was basically religious PBS. It was free and had faith and also the recession, so it was free. Running such classics as Otto Be Good, Get Up, which came out a year before Pixar's Cars, Hermie and Friends, the notorious JJ the Jet Plane, Charlie the Church Mouse, which, by the way, is educational, Bible stories, PC game, and software, and My Bed Bugs for some reason, which wasn't even a religious show, but I guess was cheap to syndicate, and how could we possibly forget Joy Junction?
And do you know what it was? What was it, Marty? Well, it was in Arizona, I'll tell you that right now. Ron, they were looking at some dirty pictures and they wanted me to look too.
It was also the primary way to watch the original VeggieTales videos on television. So in the 2000s, if you didn't own the original videos but you saw them, you probably saw them here. As I've described before, most religious programming does not receive mainstream releases due to the biases not allowing a general audience of consumers, so it doesn't have a huge production budget or distribution budget, etc. And also, again, it was made primarily by a record company and a Nepo Babies animation studio. Gaither's Pond, distribution-wise, is similar to the original VeggieTales videos or Peanuts TV specials, where it's basically an episode of a show per special, but it doesn't qualify as one due to the results of not being TV episodes in a season, regardless of the similar runtime. Gaither's Pond, distribution-wise, does not have a season. The four specials being The Lore Depths, Fish Tales, The Great Divide, and The Legend of. And if you can't tell by the covers, they use CGI. So a first-time independent project with no budget utilizing technology in its infancy? What would that look like?
Vision blurring. Body expanding.
What can we do? Big Bass Bill says everyone's welcome here at Gaither's Pond. What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Or no, wait, what am I talking about, infancy? This was 1999. CG standards were much higher, and Bill Gaither is apparently worth $8 million. I don't know about 99, but regardless, he was an industry professional since the 1950s. Like, he clearly had way more money for this Ponzi scheme. This was cheaping out. I mean, like, it's set in a swamp, so puke green everything galore. Now, the elephant in the room is the character designs. They have oddly complex facial features which are fairly repulsive. No, extremely repulsive when they move.
Look at Barbie. What a scary bitch.
He's like a fish. Why does he look like Shaq? There's no stylization in making anthropomorphic animals. The facial hair being the most distracting. Like, why do they have beards? The actual animals don't. A big part of the show was its all-star lineup of musicians affiliated with Bill Gaither, to the point where it shows the voice actors in the intro, which I guess is supposed to be a selling point for the adult fans of the Gaither's label and genre who bought this for their kids. But what kid is gonna be like, oh shit, Fistel Goodman is in this show? It feels desperate to exploit iconography that it doesn't have. Like, do most kids at the time even know who these people are or their music? You know, enough to want to watch a show with them in it? If you want to count it as celebrity endorsement media, it completely fails at its basic celebrity exploitation. But this also brings up the question, are these people even celebrities? It's like if I made like a Carrie Cleveland show. Like, yeah, she's on Google, but no stupid child is gonna get hyped over that. Because although by definition professional gospel musicians, they're not Aretha Franklin, the Gaither's vocal band music is utilized throughout, as well as other musicians including Mark Lowry's solo work, Craig Duncan, the Happy Goodmans, and other obscure gospel names. So I guess to make the characters more recognizable, there's supposed to be like animal caricatures of the voice actors, but you know, they're humans. They just inserted human facial attributes that would probably take away more work that they didn't need to do.
President Vestal Gooseman. That has a nice sound to it.
Hail to the goose, Vestal Gooseman is our leader.
It's just going all over the place. It's commendable that there's energy visible, but it's just incomprehensible on top of the repulsive character anatomy. It's like Annoying Orange, but CG with its emphasis on realism. Oh no, wait, it's like Shark Tale, but even worse. The animals don't move like their actual counterparts. I think it takes influence from like Looney Tunes or just anything from like the 30s or 40s, you know, when Bill Gaither himself was a kid with its bizarre expressions. But every face is like a Looney Tunes reaction face, which of course looks like shit because it's 3D, and nobody's getting whacked in the face with a big ass mallet. Why are they loony? Did they show up to communion right after a Coke binge? It's not really a joke if there's no breaks in the loony bin expressions. Ren and Stimpy did this exact thing of constant absurd expressions for shock value, but here it's a clear intentional attempt at fluidity, failing to realize the actual expressions are poor and things need to be on screen long enough so the viewers can absorb it. The framing is also ridiculous. It's always cutting to like some other thing which is also moving. There's no moderation to make things visible. Like these fish can't stay still for 10 f***ing seconds. Style is style, and it's a shit style, much like this channel. And sometimes it'll be framed in a way where something is blocking what we're supposed to see. Like, is this f***ing goose vagina POV shot necessary? Did they just make up the shots as they went along? Was this even storyboarded? It's super precise with its unneeded absurdism. Like, there's always got to be some kooky expression in every frame, and it's horrific. Oh yeah, the actual show is about a carp named Carl who looks more like a shark because these characters and animal proportions make zero sense. And he's getting in predicaments and learning a lesson along the way. The voice of reason being Buddy Greenfly. Being created by and starring musicians, it's also a musical show. The musical numbers featuring all the same problems of just being way too energetic and unintentionally disturbing. The songs themselves are just way too long for half-hour episodes. There's like 4-ish 3-minute songs per 20-ish minute episode. The general lack of storytelling is clearly just done out of a laziness. It's like they had to build a plot around a pre-existing songs they didn't even bother re-recording for context. Or let's just make animated music videos with a plot. It's an incredibly unsparing repurpose. They just cross-dissolve in and out, irrelevantly translating sequences like Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my...
Now, the songs themselves aren't actually that bad, and that's exactly the problem with the show. They're out of place. And it's extra nightmare fuel given the amount of awful fish characters harmonizing together. It's like a POV of being a ritual victim. But believe it or not, what I just showed you is the second iteration of the art style. From episodes/specials, whatever, 2 and 3. This is what episode 1 looks like.
I thought I told you to stay with me.
I was just having a look at this here shiny thing.
No, Guppy. You don't want to do that.
Episode 1 looks like Roblox. And this is before all the questionable musician character designs and Looney Tunes faces.
I mean, they're breaking our laws and things. You have responsibility. Act like a responsible guppy. Oh, okay? I don't know what this world's coming to.
But without all the unintentionally disturbing pizzazz it would develop, it's just awkward dragging. Reminds me of Angela Anaconda's TV series being the second iteration somehow. It's shocking to discover it gets worse. But on the contrary, the fourth and final episode is actually an improvement animation-wise. The textures are more detailed and less repulsive, and the Looney Tunes is cranked down for the better. And hopefully that saved time in the animation department, because work smarter, not harder, you know? But the character designs are mostly the same and still inexcusably grotesque. But there is one lizard character that actually looks like a lizard, not modeled after some random Christian musician. The finale, The Legend of Gaither's Pond, is also hyped up as some big special episode. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be a finale with a bang, but good timing, I guess. In between musical numbers, it has ridiculously hard to follow conversations, both through dialogue and visuals. There's not really any, like, experiences in the conflicts, it's just talking. Like, hey, weird fish, don't do that. Okay, I won't do that. Thanks, fellow hellspawn neighbor. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Like, I get trying to keep it simple to make room for the tunes, but, like, plots still need to happen. The only thing they had a vision for was the music, except the music was just repurposing. So they had one idea, and even that was lazy. Nobody of the right hustle of creativity was brought in. They didn't know how to develop a show, but they did it anyway, and that's not a good thing. They didn't fight the limitations, they it up completely. Like, there's so many different ways you can be creative, but one team, one person cannot do everything, but they said to hell with that basic practice standard. The only visible effort is the absurdist ordinary expressions. Like, I doubt they hired, like, actual cartoonists and television producers, seemingly out of laziness or arrogance. Yeah, we can do everything. My dad's rich. We're not even gonna get this entire large ensemble of gospel musicians to do their job and sing because they've already sung before. Why be creative when you could just pay a licensing fee? Oh wait, we own this music, we don't need to. Let's just abuse it. It's like it off the cuff, the animated show, you know, animation, the very easy and uncomplicated medium. It just tried to scoop up some of VeggieTales' market popularity with a bunch of incomprehensible slop made by a nepo baby that didn't earn a budget. Here, son, go make daddy a show so we can have even more money. Who cares if 1 Timothy 6:10 says that for the love of money is the root of all kinds of evils. And we have a multi-million-dollar music family already. We need more money. Disregard Exodus 20:15. We gotta steal from VeggieTales. I saw the light and the Lord told me to get $8 million more, Benji. More like, Gaither's Pond. It's not some flawed show made by a small team of people that truly cared about what they were doing. They just wanted to make off VeggieTales. It's like Peppermint Park, actually. You want to give it the benefit of the doubt, but then you sit down and watch the damn thing, and you're like, oh my god, it's actually ripping off the thing. It's not just similar. This is very evident by the next live bait/Gaither production, which was co-created by Benji Gaither. Dorby's Making Decisions, which is both artistically and fiscally just a flat-out VeggieTales ripoff. The Gaithers' attempt at stealing VeggieTales' market share with their own thing didn't work in the end, so they just threw "Thou shall not steal" out the goddamn window and fully plagiarized without a doubt. Dorby's Making Decisions was presumably a failed pilot for another Gaithers animated series. I guess Gaither's Pond performed better on the home video market due to the fact that it was a masterclass in failing the celebrity exploit. But the DVD cover is also mostly just purple. Like, it's not gonna get somebody's mom's attention in the $5 movie section. Yeah, remember those? It also had a VHS release, but those are seemingly way more rare. The main slogan of the series is, "Why don't they go away?" Except that's not like a thing people say. Is it like a joke or a rhetorical question about the concept? I don't get it. The Dorbys themselves are a species of human and spherical creatures. They're not orbs, they're Dorbs.
Hey, I got this free. Man. You know what? I'd love to join your band. Can I join your band? You know what? I just cannot.
Christmas. Boomhauer, I didn't understand a word you just said.
Yeah, that is this whole special. So a more accurate slogan would be, "Why don't they shut the f*** up?" I first came across this thing maybe like 10 years ago. It's kind of infamous online, and I assumed it was like some forgotten toy advertisement tie-in for a 2000s collectible, like Mighty Beans or a childhood favorite of mine, Go-Go's Crazy Bones.
I'm so happy I need to smoke a cigarette.
I haven't had one in 17 years.
It reminds me of the Weebles specials, The Quest for the Golden Flicker, An Infamous Piece of Lost Media, and Higglytown Heroes. Whatever this subgenre of like 2000s bad CG specifically shaped people media is. It's like one of those plus VeggieTales ripoff, not helped by the fact that VeggieTales character designs retain very simple geometry. Given the entire cast being a variant of a single thing, Spherical People probably would have provided another business opportunity for collectibles. But making everybody a spear with arms and legs was a terrible decision because spears roll. Like, they're not supposed to do that. They're like moonwalking because they're too short to bend their knees. Like, imagine if Bob the Tomato had arms and legs and that was every character design. Where are their f***ing kneecaps? You know, the things your legs have? At least the characters in like The Pack is Back had like long legs to move coherently. And why? Because Pack's a hero. Pack just can't be beat. Yeah! If Mr. Potato Head woke up from a post-communion coke binge, he'd move like this. The actual Dorbies themselves consist of multiple ensembles for some reason. It's like a variety show or an anthology, but not really. It's just multiple unrelated plots within the world of Dorbies. Maybe it's supposed to be like a show within a show because there's occasional, like, cutaways of, like, some redneck stepdad falling asleep to it. So I guess by this logic, Dorbies is a fake television cable package, and we watch various fake shows. I guess I'll go over each plot/show whatever individually. And by the way, this is only 34 minutes long with credits, so nothing much happens in the unnecessary large quantity of plots that it takes time away from all of the stories. But first, the theme song. It asks the question, why don't they go away? Which, if we were to interpret too literally and actually answer, it's because Dorbies live here, it's their world. The opening introductory narration literally confirms this.
Live the Dorbies.
They don't go away because they live here. It's such a stupid rhetorical question that's also a slogan. And what do you know, not much of an upgrade from Gaither's Pond. The backgrounds aren't even completely filled. You can see like the cutoffs and the textures and stuff. The framing is even more illogical and disgusting. The narrator in the sequences is looking down and not at the audience, and he's right in front of the camera. The main plot, I think, is about two students, Jack and Mary Jane, ditching school. And there's a lot of parody humor similar to VeggieTales' use of pop culture to draw parallels to biblical rhetoric often found in the source material. Here, when they try to leave school, it's like Indiana Jones and Mission Impossible for some reason, which doesn't help the case that they shouldn't ditch class. Like, if there was a f***ing boulder in the school, I'd want to get out of here. I ain't getting crushed to death in third period. Like, what is this, the School of Death? But to give the special credit, there is one decent song.
Walking down the aisle, tripped over Uncle Howard's boot. And then my dress went woo! And everybody laughed and said, oh, how cute! Remember, yes, ma'am, and thank you, please, and curtsy on your way out.
The flow isn't the best, but it's actually pretty catchy. On the subject of sound design, the voice acting isn't horrible either. The actual dialogue is what really gets it into Dorbies, why don't they shut the f*** up territory. But they leave school and boo, haunted house. But the house isn't haunted. Jimmy Hoffa and Elvis live there. Jimmy Hoffa was a renowned American labor union leader who disappeared in 1975, presumably due to connections with organized crime.
The American people with the fact that this is a strike-breaking, union-busting bill. In my opinion.
I guess the Jimmy Hoffa references are for the adults. Like, you'd have to be, like, Italian or something to get that joke on. Not that I'm one of those creepy Italians who think they're smooth. Like, I get an Elvis parody. I think most people my age were probably introduced to Elvis through parody humor in media.
Oh, yeah. Steamed vegetables. What'd Mama make for you? 9 fried peanut butter banana sandwiches and a thermos full of tranquilizers. Thank you very much. Yep. I have left the building.
You know, because he himself was a character.
Lord have mercy.
But fucking Jimmy Hoffa?
Hey, yo, the pizza here.
Oh yeah, and then the duo learns that they shouldn't ditch school and go to a haunted house or bad things will happen to them because Jack gets stuck in the bottom of the basement like baby Jessica. Get it? Because random history reference.
Are you okay, son? We were worried sick about you.
I'm sorry, Dad. I guess I really made a bad decision today.
Son, there's gonna be plenty of time for you to grow up. And you know what?
What?
Tomorrow's a brand new day.
And do they get punished at the end? Nope. Next is about Otto, who is just an Arnold Schwarzenegger parody because pop culture reference that isn't clever.
Thank you. I am Otto. I am looking for some clothes that will make me more discreet, and then I can fit in better with the common folk.
And he wants clothes, so he goes to this guy who looks like he's afraid of bitches with penises, and the whole plot is just a series of shopping montages because looking good and feeling fine.
Got a penis. Got a penis.
And then DJ's like, you should go to a different store because those clothes would suit you better and I don't want to manipulate you into giving my business money. And by the way,
I want to smack your grandma on her wrinkly ass. Wrinkly ass.
I guess it's about honesty, only in like the last 2 minutes. And a shopping montage subplot is pretty fruity for Christian show standards. There's also Mr. Poe and Yogel, a superhero parody segment.
Star, strongest army in the world, who's loved by every boy und girl und yak. It's Mr. Paul. Und Jogel.
Definitely not inspired by Larry Boy. And again, I didn't grow up with VeggieTales, I'm no expert, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were other plagiarisms I didn't notice.
Who makes his living fighting crime?
Like, look at this shit. I just got some, like, stock models off of Napster.com and didn't even repose them. Oh no, Yogel gets captured by the Chick-fil-A cow. Mr. Poe saves him the end.
Live on News 9, your dumbass just sold a 16-year-old girl a pack of cigarettes.
More like Dorby's nuts in your f***ing mouth. If you want to count it as a failed pilot, it's easily the worst one I've ever seen.
Bah humbug, you stupid bitch.
Damn it. But before the end of the show, there are also a handful of other Gaither live bait productions I was not able to get my hands on. Like, you'd have to own a DVD, which are rare due to minimum manufacturing, which I guess makes them lost media due to inaccessibility.
If you like this video, then take a look at this trailer of our new animated pilot we've created. Introducing Wobots.
But jump into the mid-2000s, the newest available one is a Wobots Christmas, which is surprisingly an actually pretty decent little generic holiday special. Wobots referencing the protagonist Zach's speech impediment.
A Wobot.
No, a robot!
In a dark, far future of late-stage capitalism where orphans are enslaved for labor, Zach becomes distasteful over Christmas as it's just more work on his unfortunate part. But after befriending robots intended to be scrapped, which he saves, he learns to appreciate the actual meaning of Christmas, which he completely misunderstood to begin with, given the situation he was born and forced into. It's actually shocking how Christ is sparingly used in a way that isn't tacky or lazy. It's kind of like a Charlie Brown Christmas and Rudolph combined, at least morally. The music, once again, not horrendous. The opening number, Over Time, which I can't play for copyright, is actually really catchy and does a good job of displaying character motivations. Some of the dialogue is genuinely funny, too.
Fantastic. PD3 personal assistant. Reason for return?
What?
What's wrong with it?
He's broken, I guess.
Wobot is broken. What else are you doing today, kid? Hunting for wabbits?
The concept is so surprisingly dark that it uses it to its advantage for comedy.
Don't sass me, boy. It's because you're always crying about something. Give us pillows for the beds. Feed us 3 times a day. Give us shoes. Gimme.
And yeah, the animation is amazing, but it's not bowling alley slop. If you like weird 2000s shit along the lines of like Scary Godmother, then I actually recommend it. That's not anything amazing, but it looks like if it's your thing for nostalgia value, then you'll probably have a fun time. Not much to say, and also not much to get mad over. And you know why? Because Benji Gaither was only credited as a voice actor, and the special was recorded at Gaither Studios. So it actually succeeds because it's the least actual Gaither. There was an actual idea here, and I can't call it a VeggieTales ripoff, which is not the case at all for Gaither's Pond and Dorby's.
Hi guys, I'm Chris the Cucumber, and I brought facts today. Did you know Hawaii is a planet?
Down, you down. Go sit down.
Alright, blah blah blah, VeggieTales is the most successful piece of Christian animation and created an entire market because basic economics. Now, I've already talked about the most notorious products of this capitalism phenomenon, the cartoons with the Bill Gaither family and friends' names attached to them.
But no, I gotta run a retraction. I've gotta stick with the facts. I've gotta only tell the real story. I've gotta think before I write.
Well, besides Hoodwinked, which really isn't a VeggieTales ripoff, but Benji Gaither did voice act and perform the original song Be Prepared. Hell, a Wobots Christmas was included as an extra on Hoodwinked DVDs. So if you like Hoodwinked, then I think Gaither's peak, baby! But thanks to viewers like you, I have since been informed that there are more products of this genre, not the fault of the Bill Gaither cinematic universe.
Say, look at this. I've been cleaning out my nest, and I found an old book of my poetry.
Vegetables! My arch nemesis! The government and my mom!
10 Rockin' Rules. Join kids of all ages who are laughing and learning with the new animated series that's a hit from coast to coast.
I'm glad God gave us his 10 rules.
Rock on, Chip! God Rocks, in stores now.
God Rocks is not just a VeggieTales ripoff show, it's a VeggieTales ripoff franchise of all things. Now, in all my years of trying to find, like, bad forgotten shows and piecing together whatever the hell Smile of a Child was.
Well, it was in Arizona, I'll tell you that right now.
I'd come across the show prior, and when I was informed that it was a VeggieTales ripoff, well, I was shocked. I thought this was a Wiggles ripoff, then it dawned on me. It's both, you f***ing idiot. Now, I didn't grow up on either, so the signs weren't obvious. Oh yeah, the Wiggles are a renowned early childhood educational music group. And although they debuted in 1991, it's safe to say that they absolutely hit their peak in the early 2000s. Meaning that their market also increased. So there were a ton of attempts to make the next hot preschool band. And I'm not talking preschool shows with musical numbers, that's like 90% of them ever made. I'm talking actual early childhood educational bands, which some have had TV shows, such as the Doodle Bops, the Imagination Movers, the Lori Baker Band, the Not Its. And I mean, like, I guess Yo Gabba Gabba counts since there's a ton of live stuff over the years, and Lance Rock is an actual disc jockey. I remember seeing advertisements for the Doodle Bops on, like, early 2000s Nick Jr. DVDs. Might have been Lazy Town, and I'm thinking, like, holy hell, I do not want to watch that. I also remember seeing the Imagination Movers show on Disney Junior at, like, 5 in the morning, which is an amusing enough watch until I discovered, like, King of the Hill reruns, roughly around the same time slot as Cartoon Network.
Let go my birthday!
Verses are more crap than what Bobby listens to. Now listen, to be fishes you have to think like fishes. So that means to beat you two, we have to think like fish.
And what do you know, God Rocks came in and added some Christ to the trend. And as a brief side tangent, Smile of a Child shut down this January of 2025. Not long after I last mentioned the network, which is probably for the better because this entire channel was somehow stuck in 2005 without exaggeration.
For your gift of $10 or more, Smile would like to send you the Jesus Loves Me Bunny. Snuggly soft and perfect for a child or grandchild, this special bunny would be a constant reminder that Jesus loves you. Push his tummy, and he sings.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Yes, Jesus loves me, the Bible tells me so.
Everything wrong with 2000's children's media can be seen on display with this network. It's so desperate to be cute that it rubs you pretty much the wrong way. Like this network is why analog horror became a genre. This was real, and it ended with zero fanfare. This is the final moment of broadcast.
You're on oxygen, people notice that. You feel a little bit pathetic.
If you ask me how I feel...
And I bring this up because the God Rocks franchise had some presence on Smile of a Child. Now, obviously here, the characters are sentient rocks as opposed to vegetables and fruits.
Look at Barbie! What a scary bitch!
It stars a rock band of rocks, that refer to themselves as God Rocks instead of Christians, and they sing about how God rocks, waka waka waka, which I guess also makes this a Flintstones ripoff because there's plenty of lame rock jokes to go around.
I can rock and roll, I'm an ace at bowling, one joke and bam bam, I get the laughs rolling.
The rock band cast all have like rock sonas of their real band members. God Rocks was a band formed for the franchise. The act itself was not franchised. It is distinctively capitalizing on VeggieTales musical franchising on top of the reoccurring music in the series specials and movies. There has been plenty of original albums featuring the voice cast in character, similar to, say, Sesame Street, as well as compilation albums related to subject matter or a character from the series. And not all having something to do with Christianity, but some just having fun. As somebody who was obsessed with Pixar's Cars at a young age, the Veggies cover of Tom Cochrane's Life is a Highway from the LP Bob and Larry Go Country slaps. But because capitalism, even the typically independent religious corporations can't escape the corporate slop. Might be located in Louisiana, but not Cali, but that ain't stopping the disposable media hustle. This is evident by the franchise creator, Bruce W. Stacy, not being a band member, but did write, direct, and voice act in minor parts. So I guess the true target audience was kids that were banned from watching your favorite Martian because it had boobies or gorillas, since the bassist Murdoch is canonically Satanist, or Gummy Bear who shakes his giant gelatin ass on screen. It's important to note the franchise has various iterations with multiple bands under the same name. The second iteration of the band would become semi-permanent for the ensemble of sorts. This is similar to the Wiggles not having a consistent lineup over the years throughout its various forms of media, but still retaining the most integral members for as long as they can. And throughout, I will only be bringing up these semi-permanent members because if I did, I'd just be shouting names without any information given the franchise's obscurity. This is because live performances and animation were developed simultaneously with the franchising, meaning that the actual band cast in cartoon and live show differed with the exception of the lead vocalist. But eventually the live show band replaced the cartoon voice actors, completely obscuring the original lineup with the recast. The original behind-the-scenes lineup is kind of a mystery behind the names, with the exception of Cheryl Stacey Nielsen, who debuted both live and in the cartoon and is presumably related to the creator. Cheryl portrays Jem, the lead vocalist and pianist. At some point, Cheryl would marry fellow band member Todd Nielsen, who is also presumably related to the creator. Todd recasting the guitarist Chip Livingstone. J.J. Gerber would recast the bassist Splinter. Splinter was also recast by a not white guy somewhere later down the line of the later live performances.
DEI hire.
And Darren Harris would recast the drummer Carb. Excluding this guy, this would become the semi-permanent lineup. If you are familiar with this IP, you probably recognize this lineup. Now, their self-titled TV show would release 4 episodes direct-to-video between 2002 to 4. They are not technically a part of a season, but promotional material refers to them as episodes as opposed to videos or specials. Common terminology for this type of media, just like Gaither's Peak! All the episodes also have alternative titles, like on the cover. I don't know why they did that. I guess to be quirky. I'm not like other Christian shows. I have alternative titles. You may expect Jem to be the main character because she's the lead vocalist, but Chip is typically the center. Chip is truly the McCartney to the Lennon, if you get what I'm saying.
Paul, I don't give a bloody damn. I'm gonna say the N-word.
No, John, that's racist. You can't say the N-word, you know.
No. Yeah, like Lennon is the lead guy in the Beatles, but Paul clearly has the guy energy. John Lennon didn't make temporary secretary, god damn it.
Yo, I'm a fucking homosexual.
What? Now, of course, it's VeggieTales, but with rocks, so it had to be CG. The characters are rocks, but rocks aren't smooth with simple geometry. They look more like fucking turds. I'm not trying to even be funny. The texturing is atrocious. Man, it's almost like the veggies had very little texturing. One day, I ate too much Smurf cereal, and then Chip Livingstone was born. Face it, breakfast is ruined. Like, why be so realistic? It's a cartoon, except it's not even good realism because it was 2002. Carb looks like the great mighty Pooh from Conker. Splinter looks like he failed the scoliosis test in 6th grade. Jem looks cross-eyed and for a rock is pretty fucking Caucasian. There's also an old lady character who is supposed to be like a cinder block, but she just has a giant hole in her chest. That's like the human equivalent of a giant skin cancer patch. She cannot be in good health. There's also a little girl side character who, I shit you not, name is Kitney Stoon.
On my little freckle nose. That was lovely, Kitney. Let's give Miss Stoon another clap, shall we?
Yeah, that's right. They were so out of rock jokes that they resorted to naming the token redhead with pigtails after the rocks that come out of your... minerals. They were so out of ideas that they resorted to naming the token redhead with pigtails after the minerals that come out of your piss hole. That is fucking vile. You may also have noticed that the characters have like Rayman-like floating disattached arms and legs. And I guess that was kind of a good decision because the characters can play instruments still.
Oh bro, Chip Livingstone was glitching like a saucy imposter in real life.
The late Mickey Rooney also has a special guest appearance, and they just took his fucking head and made him a rock. I loved him in Breakfast with Tiffany's. Which brings up the question, why the fuck are they even rocks besides VeggieTales plagiarism? Well, Psalm 18:12 says, "The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer, and my God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield, and the horn of my salvation, in my stronghold." So, I guess they thought that pun was fucking hilarious. Again, plenty of lame rock jokes. But yet another elephant in the room is that the entire franchise is victim to generic and disposable religious music. Now, I don't know about you, but I find a lot of Christian recording artists, not recording artists who are Christian, I'm talking strictly Christian recording artists, incredibly creatively uninspired. It's just manufactured at a consensus agreement. Oh, you gave your heart to Christ? I gave my heart to Christ too. Guess I don't have to fucking try at all. You're gonna give us money because we did the same fucking thing. And it often doesn't do anything subversive with the religious source material. You know, being standard and mass is fine and all, but it's a recording. No instruments are forbidden worship. Like, be creative, but they aren't. Like the Bill Gaither Cinematic Universe, for example. Like, not that they can't be good, but like Gaither's Peak had some of the discography highlights, but Look at the album covers. They're all practically the same and everything sounds the same.
There's lots of other characters if you don't like the Pixie Sorcerer.
No, there aren't. They're all just the same with different costumes.
Breaking character, I am a religious person and the Christian music industry is just Disney Channel for old people. Fucking slop. You know, it's just Christian slop instead of boy band slop. It's still fucking slop. And keep in mind, Christianity is the largest religion, so multiply the sloppity slop by the largest denominational ratio. Like, okay, take the words and transform them into the song, but that takes creativity, and on most principle, it just recites or does the bare minimum. You know, Johnny Cash was historically a pretty general audience figure, and he had a ton of Christian material, but he was one of a kind. Like, if you're gonna sing the same hymn, there's already 40 other fucking versions of it. You better do it excellently. Like, upon the choice to say Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, which had the tendency to build song around Christian imagery, or the Four White Dudes Jesus Quartet, not to be confused with Jimmy and the Communion Wafers, yeah, buddy, I'm choosing the Bad Seeds. Like, would Bob Dylan be considered the Shakespeare of our time if he was just the... Well, Jesus turned the water into wine. The same fucking reference you've heard 1,000 fucking times. Like, would the Four Black Dudes Jesus Quartet ever sing Ice Cube's When I Get to Heaven? Absolutely not, because that's a song that acknowledges that lots of Christians do bad things, and God is not responsible for such. One of my favorite songs ever, actually, which also samples Marvin Gaye, who also used religion interestingly, hence to why people consider What's Going On to be like one of the greatest albums ever, because it actually is. But anything multi-dimensional about Christian belief is often too complex a message for the Christian slop music industry. And how do I fucking know this? Because 1 Timothy 6:10 says that for the love of money is the root of all kinds of evils. And a lot of people responsible for the slop probably do not care about Christ in the slightest, not helping its repetitive nature. And I bring all this bad Christian music up because God Rocks is surprisingly versatile, but falls completely flat with nothing creative or subversive, just banking and exploiting Christ. Now, the team throughout the franchise history could surprisingly emulate any sound they pleased, but with zero originality. Like the Beatles, the Beach Boys, Parliament Funkadelic, the Backstreet Boys, Avril Lavigne even. Look, she's got the tie and everything. But even if they got the sound down, that doesn't mean it stands out in lyricism or themes in the slightest. Like, one of the more notable songs of the God Rocks franchise is The Beat Rocks Do Not Conform, which I can't play, but think like the tune of an early Beatles song, like She Loves You, yeah, all that jazz. These are the lyrics. Think She Loves You. Do not conform any longer to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, His pleasing, and perfect will. That is the main chorus. And none of this matches the Beatles' homage melody, and every song is like this. It's an unoriginal sound, spouting biblical terms with zero flow. And if you couldn't tell just by the terminology alone, a lot of the songs aren't even fucking songs. They're just poorly harmonized biblical passages, like word by word. Not even hymns, like actual passages from the Bible. Hymns are not in the Bible for context. Well, why do they make songs that are literally just quoting the Bible? The Bible isn't a fucking songbook. There's zero effort on reconstructing source material into a song. Not that a biblical Beatles homage couldn't work. I mean, like George Harrison of the Beatles released plenty of spiritual material throughout his solo career, which uses many of the same religious terminologies like Lord, peace, hallelujah, God, etc., even if the context isn't Christian specifically. So it's not like a religious Beatles-inspired song couldn't work, considering we have a similar product by a Beatle, but they didn't try and make a religious song, they're only trying to bank off of iconography of recognizable figures and religious identity. There are a handful of musical acts parodied in universe such as the Beatles, Elvis Presley, the Beach Boys, and the Soul Sisters, and that's it to my knowledge. They couldn't even come up with a rock pun for Elvis, so his name is just Flint Rockley.
Hunka hunka bucket, fuck it.
Now, Elvis actually had lots of overlooked gospel material, so it's not the most illogical inclusion.
Well, it's Rick and Morty time.
That's clearly what got him in Dorbies. But here, his inclusion was clearly not conceived for a love of Elvis or Elvis's overlooked gospel albums. It's just lazy parody humor. The songs just take familiar sounds, stir in some biblical jargon, and they are not creative in the slightest and are consistently atrocious. You know, although for a classic rock-inspired show, it does often refrain from a lot of the bigger, more explicit names like the Rolling Stones or the Doors. You know, not that they were the NWA of their time, but you know, the little edgier ones are obviously not acknowledged because it's a Christian program. There's gonna be no homage to "You're a star, fuck a star, fuck a star, fuck a star, fuck a star." Hell, the entire genre was considered satanic at a point, so I guess it is kind of mildly amusing as a result of shifting Christian beliefs in modern culture. But if anyone held a more orthodox Christian approach to rock and roll, I wouldn't even be surprised if this Christian show got banned in Christian households. But this show is only taking influence from classic rock bands and similar genres for bank, and it's insulting. Sure, it's atypical for a 2000s Christian kid show, but you wouldn't expect it, but that doesn't mean it's good. You know, this was like AI-generated plagiarism before such a thing existed, you know, overly relying on minimally transformed references. Hey AI, make a love song about Jesus, but to the tune of 8 days a week, you know. It creates familiar sounds, but also uninteresting sounds, plus uncreative New Testament, etc. schlop. And if you're a music franchise and the music blows ass to this degree, it's a fucking death sentence. Now, in regards to the plots leading to the music, in the first show there's like generic school day adventures, mandatory sports episode, and mandatory alien episode, meaning that it's up to the local high school church band to save the day. And Chip Livingstone, the biggest idiot in the entire class, learns a lesson that you haven't heard 1,000 fucking times already, religious show or not, while playing a bunch of music that isn't creative, interesting, or unique in the slightest. And you know, societies are made out of rocks. You know, types of rocks are pretty essential to construction of facilities. So is like the school they go to partially constructed out of corpses?
Whatever. There you go. I fixed it.
Now eat your broccoli, Nuggy.
I can't tell if this is like a friendly jab at something they love, or like an actual diss joke reference. The rocks aren't even like rock monsters that could help differentiate actual like ground from humans. Like, was there some chemical accident or evil magic here? I don't get it. This world makes no sense. The world building is so bad it actually makes you appreciate VeggieTales' simplicity but pretty prominent rules of things that don't happen. It's also worth noting that on occasion actual biblical figures are depicted and they're humans, which just raises more questions. So like, Christ himself wasn't a rock in this universe? VeggieTales had a pretty strict rule in the simple world building of choosing not to portray biblical figures, to not raise questions or not create a blasphemous portrayal. Of course, the vegetables portray figures, but that's acting in universe, like Muppet Christmas Carol or something. Did like all the humans die, and then once sentient rocks took over society, they started believing in human religion? Now, you could say I'm nitpicking, but VeggieTales managed to have a simplistic world with big rules of thumb as to what doesn't happen. So VeggieTales doesn't create logic errors, and considering they're blatantly ripping it off, there's no excuse for a world this illogical.
cool pics. The Kamuka Muka surfing contest was so spiking. You were awesome, Gem. Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
I guess I wouldn't be complaining if this was good, but still. Now, as I mentioned, there's like an interstitial episode, that's what I'm calling it, because it sort of serves as a formatting transition between the first and second series. When the band is seen in live action for the first time, Chip is hallucinating.
Chip, what's going on with you? You're acting really strange. It's like you're somebody else.
You got that right.
But this episode identifies the exact point in the series' history when the original anonymous band was replaced. Which brings us to God Rocks Bible Tunes, which if you know of this franchise, you most likely know of this show. It had 2 full seasons, and these character designs would become stable for promotional material. This is the most famous interpretation of these very obscure characters. Now, being in 2D, the characters actually don't look like turds this time. They look like dildos. Fantastic. Bros think they gem reviews. But that doesn't mean their concept designs are exactly stellar. Thankfully, the color palette is improved, which may or may not have been the fault of the CG software used previously, whatever that was. But this show would easily be a downgrade despite having more content, more room to experiment, more time to improve, etc. Switching to an 11-minute episode format intertwined with live-action segments of the band members, which are horribly acted, and I mean horribly acted on bad green screens.
We are your humble servants. We are not worthy to kiss your feet.
Put those grippers away!
But this 11-minute format, I think, would worsen the overall storytelling from limited time. This is where the series lost any redeeming qualities that it had and just became generic adventures or competitions, repeating biblical buzzwords. Like, the original series was just generic slop, but this second series is just even worse slop, like significantly less watchable slop.
What are you doing? Putting on love? You're not putting on love. You're putting on the ugliest shirt I've ever seen.
Spread like wildfire, but this one ain't bullshit. I know that you two are having a gay relationship.
Hell, there's even a Wizard of Oz spoof with Christ lazily slapped into it, which is titled The Whistle of Odd. Even though The Wizard of Oz is public domain, they didn't need to change the title to qualify it under parody law. Which, you guessed it, there's no Wicked Witch of the West equivalent, because that would be witchcraft, and the Whizzle is not technically a wizard because they said so. Racist! I'll help you be racist. I'll teach you the proper tricks to become racist. Know the slurs you've got to know. Ooh, I'll show you what paint to wear, how to hate niggas. The 22-minute batch of 4 episodes had a unique beginning, middle, and end, and took advantage of an established world. Here, things like the secondary cast, reoccurring locations are still there on occasion, but are heavily underutilized. It's such a downgrade in development. Look, the world building in the previous show was really generic and questionable, but this hardly has any world building, so it's infinitely worse. The exclusion of Chip's family being the most prominent exclusion. They were pretty prominent secondary characters in the original show, but kind of got the axe for the soft reboot. Chip's mom and sister, who frequently appeared in the original show, only show up like twice maximum in Bible Tunes to my knowledge.
I have to say is that I do feel like a terrible mother. This is where it started. The God Rocks first family, the Livingstones. And here's Chip. And I'm his mother, Ruby, in the world of animation. And when last did I see you, son?
Months.
It's terrible.
Years.
Absolutely terrible.
Not believe it.
But Chip's dad is like a completely mysterious lost character. Ooh.
He's black?
This show teaches kids how to steal. Yeah, teach kids how to steal. It's like the Wiggles all over again. Bet you were watching the Wiggles so they got into the show. And it's a segment of Rock Kids TV, which also sucks. show would have ripped off the Fresh Meat Dam, but it came first.
Yeah, despite getting like a full show on television with full seasons, there was clearly a budget cut. Either that or they were just lazy as shit. Like, church hardly even appears despite that being a primary setting given the nature of the show. The secondary cast now feel like guest characters.
I never knew you were a shepherd, Mr. Rockley.
Just call me Flintstone.
Hell, even Pastor Jasper, a pretty essential character for a show of this nature, doesn't appear too consistently. Like, if you figured the characters needed help and they'd consult him or something, but no, I gotta run a retraction. I gotta stick with the facts. The closest thing there are to antagonists throughout the franchise are Org, a generic bully, and Minibot, a generic sci-fi villain.
Those Godrocks won't know what to do. Too bad, Godrocks. Boo-hoo. No more concert fun for you.
The series feels more desperate to appeal to parents rather than children trying to exploit their approval for merchandising reasons rather than kids. Because a lot of the Bible-Toon stories are just generic adventures while repeating biblical terminology. Most episodes just have a favorite buzzword and they keep shouting whatever that word is.
Rejoice in the Lord always. It says right here, rejoice in the Lord always. Rejoice! Rejoice.
Rejoice in the Lord always. Rejoice.
We will rejoice, sir.
We will rejoice.
Let's hear some rejoicing. Just remember to rejoice in the Lord always. Rejoice. Is everyone rejoicing?
I will rejoice.
I will say it again. Rejoice. Rejoice.
Rejoice.
Rejoice in the Lord always.
Rejoice.
Rejoice in Him. Rejoice in the Lord always.
Rejoice.
Are you stupid? Do you not know what this biblical term is?
Family. We're here because, you know, Christ changed our lives, and it's important to know that yourself.
Jesus has so changed my life.
Like, hey parents, we said the fucking live thing, pay for our show, bitch. There are hardly plots in the main story sections of the Bible-Toons 11-minute variety episodes. Yeah, most variety shows aren't 11 minutes because it's a variety show. Why divide the segments by 11 as opposed to 22 so you could multiply the segments? You know, which would leave less time for like intro and credits and whatnot. Hell, sometimes the episodes are so undercooked, they just cut to like live action music videos which are seemingly also just repackaged and lazily repurposed.
Now this is a story all about how my frown got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, don't go too far. I'm gonna tell you a little story about how I got these scars. My daddy was a drinker. My wife, she liked to gamble. My dog's a plastic surgeon. After the 2 seasons of Bible-Toons, there were 3 30-minute specials direct-to-video, but I'm sure aired on TV at some point. Both an Easter and Christmas special, as well as a space special.
Here comes the Admiral.
Good day, Star Cadets. Welcome to Mission Control. I'm Admiral Roger John. Bitch, I'm the villain.
Hell, there was even like a convention or something themed around the Easter special, God Rocks Easterific. Promotional material is on the official YouTube channel as early as 2010, so I'm gonna assume it was somewhere in 2010, but we don't know where it was hosted. Probably just an excuse to sell DVDs. One of the main characters of the Easter special is like Jesus' tombstone.
Look, little bird.
Gracie. My name's Gracie, and I'm a sparrow.
Look, Gracie. Tombs are dark, cold places. And you're just a kid. You don't belong here.
Yeah, because tombstones are rocks, they decided to make Christ's tomb sentient.
Is that biblical retconning? Is that blasphemous? I don't get that. What the hell? But God Rocks Bible Tunes would spawn a spin-off of sorts, Bible Tunes Beat Town, which is a compilation miniseries repackaging the live-action skits and the musical numbers, only lasting for 3 episodes exclusive to TV. Now, it's worth noting that shows that had musical numbers in the VHS era also had song compilation cassettes. Gaither's Pond had a song compilation I'd failed to mention previously. Of course, VeggieTales did this. Hell, even Peppermint Park had one. Despite the Bible Tunes iteration coming out past the VHS era. And there was also a live concert in Miami DVD released in 2010.
Rock Kids TV is on the air.
But the next franchise iteration would debut in 2013, Rock Kids TV, a variety show which was produced by the IP owners Tricord Media and is also presumably subject to mostly lost media, which is fairly common for religious shows of this nature. I do not believe a single full episode of Rock Kids TV has survived, which could be attributed to only having 1 season between 2012 to 13, and airing Saturday mornings on networks affiliated with the Trinity Broadcasting Network. That includes Smile of a Child, as it is a subsidiary, meaning that it's most likely nobody tuned into this because Smile was a dying network by 13. Although it was apparently free to watch on some random Christian website at a point.
But, you know, if you don't have CTS, you don't get the station, you can watch it online. That's the great thing about the internet, that it can be available 24/7. If you go to crossroads360.com, and then you find the big button there called Kids Space, and that's one of the channels on our new crossroads360.com, and you will enjoy all the episodes right there.
One of the main selling points of the show was its featuring of the God Rocks band, both in animation and live action. Stacy, aka Jem herself, was also presumably a host of a discussion segment, meaning that she probably appeared as both herself and Jem in live action. But what completely shocked me was this.
We really hope that we can help raise the next generation of Christian kids that will know their faith, know what they believe, and know how to live it in front of the eyes of a watching world.
The involvement of Phil Vischer himself, aka the literal creator of VeggieTales, was involved in one of the reoccurring segments, even though they were fucking squishing his tomatoes like 3 shows ago. So I guess the franchise executives just gave up trying to rip him off and hired him. But if you're a huge fan of Vischer's work, you may know of his other series, Buck Denver Asks What's in the Bible, aka What's in the Bible, or just Buck Denver. And his segments are presumably reused here. And you know what? It's actually pretty energetic and confident, unlike the majority of religious programming, as he is the master of religious programming.
Oh, I know what it is.
Oh, hi Clive and Ian.
I know what it is.
Introduce yourself first.
I'm Ian.
And I'm Clive, his brother.
And I know what it is.
All right, Ian, tell us, what is the best-selling, most influential book of all time?
Pat the Bunny.
Ian.
Good night, Moon.
And it even featured a reoccurring musical duo, the fabulous Bentley brothers, played by Rhett and Link of all people.
Genesis begins it all, and appropriately it's at the beginning of the Bible.
This presumably confirms that Phil Vischer has seen Nerd vs. Geek rap battle, so based.
Hallelujah, look what God can do. Hallelujah, his promises come true.
But like I said, I can't find a single episode of the show besides out-of-context clips, which really isn't a disadvantage as a variety show. But with the end of this show after 1 season in 2013, this was truly the day the God Rocks franchise died. It wasn't completely inactive, but this was basically the end, and I doubt anybody that grew up with the original or Bible Tunes was still watching at this point.
Hi everyone,
Thank you for watching the first episode of The Little Farmette. I'm Cheryl.
I'm Todd.
And we're excited to bring you guys along on our adventures as we grow our homestead.
But the Nielsen's, now raising a family, went back into the public eye in 2018 onward with a brand called The Little Farmette, and they even had a YouTube channel consisting of vlogs of their family farm. But Cheryl is also publishing a children's book now available for pre-order as of writing, Stan of the Green Stables. There is currently no illustrator credit, assuming she didn't do that herself, so I really hope a human was involved in drawing these little piggies. But also, in 2018, the franchise would return without Cheryl Stacy Nielsen, the true patriarch of the God Rocks brand. The franchise would return on a streaming service called Minnow Plus. The only thing that God Rocks dance craze has to do with the franchise is that it reuses the original theme song and has the main duo of Chip and Crystal. So one character has the same name, so that's how it's a reboot? They didn't even name the token girl Gem. It's just children's themed aerobics with some like biblical passages thrown in there for good measure. God Rocks is only slapped on whatever the hell this is for brand recognition. But in 2023 and 4, 12 compilation extended plays would widely digitally release, which makes up most if not all the songs of the franchise that got a album release previously. I'm sure there's some exclusive to the show I haven't identified. So at least in regards to the songs, the bread and butter, I'd hope, because it's a band show, they're at least willing to preserve the music officially, which is commendable.
Drop the drum! It's okay! I got that shit!
But in 2024, Bible Tunes would also become available on a streaming service named Vision Video, and presumably would also be HD remastered. Except the Vision Video versions cut out all the live action bits. This HD remaster / redistribution being half-hour compilations consisting of 6 main story segments each. And there's also a presumably new intro remix and other new interstitial animations rendered for this remaster. The characters are silent throughout the new content. So I don't know if it was a copyright issue or Vision Video just disliked the even shittier live action bits. The franchise is an atrocious industry plant that eventually backfired, and that is not surprising in the slightest. Nothing is creative or funny. It doesn't teach lessons in distinguishable or easily communicatable ways for its target demographic. It treats kids like idiots by waving typical biblical buzzwords in their face. It's forgotten for a reason despite years of commercial success. But it's pretty fucking obvious that it didn't earn this commercial success. And I think it's safe to say that there's 2 types of VeggieTales ripoffs. There's Gaither's Ponds, where it was obviously only conceived for capitalizing on VeggieTales' market expansion, a Christian show for the sake of making a Christian show with CG, or a Dorby's where it's just pretty fucking obvious it's ripping off VeggieTales. I think it's pretty safe to say God Rocks is a Dorby's. But what if I told you there was another show adjacent to a Dorby's type VeggieTales ripoff, but not to capitalize on Christian television animation for children? You'd get Was, and Bot. You see, usually it's the other way around. Lots of bad Christian children's media is just a ripoff of something else with Christ nailed into it. But Was, and Bot is a one-of-a-kind VeggieTales ripoff. This is for what if they took the Christ out of VeggieTales, which I guess isn't surprising considering VeggieTales' appeal to non-Christian audiences. But I can't say I've seen any other show resort to this strategy. Was, and Bot was made by Aeroscope Entertainment, which also made an Egyptian Arabic dub of VeggieTales between 1998 to 2005. However, it has not been legally confirmed that it was ever authorized by Big Idea, the makers of VeggieTales, so it was most likely a bootleg dub. And considering that this company was most likely already infringing on the copyright for VeggieTales, they just decided to make their own VeggieTales. And they got the animation style down as best they could, at least for the budget.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
The character designs are lawsuit-level ripoffs, most notably copying the facial expression structure, but on top of VeggieTales, it's also a Toy Story ripoff. VeggieTales and Toy Story obviously didn't invent CGI animation, but it's safe to say for their respective release dates, they absolutely perfected it in their respective fields. And why did they star vegetables and toys? Well, because of technical limitations. Phil Vischer chose the series to focus on vegetables of all things due to the lack of having limbs and not promoting junk food, his original idea being candy bars. And Toy Story focusing on toys because of the texturing limitations at the time being more resemblant of plastic. Look, I love the first two Toy Stories to death, but the first movie especially, a lot of the texturing does not hold up. I don't know if you watched like stupid-ass cartoon theory videos in 2015, but one of the big ones was, why doesn't Andy have a dad? Well, the actual reason is because the humans were expensive to render, hence to why Toy Story didn't focus on humans and focused on plastic figures of humans. So Was and Bot saw both Toy Story and VeggieTales sparing use of limited technology and capitalize on both. This show apparently had a English version of season 2, but that could just be a rumor, I don't know. I'm just working off what I can infer from Arabic episodes still in speculation, the show being majority lost media. Now, instead of vegetables, it stars wooden dolls of people, hence to why they have Caucasian skin colors. Except for this Bob ripoff, I don't know if he's supposed to be like a tomato or like a clay ball or something. And now, again, I didn't grow up with VeggieTales, I'm no expert, but I do know one thing. The 1996 Christmas special, The Toy That Saved Christmas, features a doll character named Buzzsaw Louie.
I did. That's not what Christmas is about. It's not? No. Christmas isn't about whining and begging for more toys.
Well, then what is it about?
So it's entirely possible that they saw this one character resembling a doll, which I guess is technically a human in VeggieTales, which was against the rules. So there's no even consideration of basic human anatomy. Like, they're humans, they should have arms and legs, if not mistaken. Or I guess humanoid dolls in this context. Now, not that Toy Story invented the concept of what if toys came to life. To my knowledge, the first instance of that hypothetical would be the short film from 1933, The Mascot, which is public domain to my knowledge and free on YouTube. It's actually a really good multi-medium watch, highly recommend. So like the wooden dolls are just in like a movie theater, which again, I don't know if this is some Egyptian cultural thing I can't find on Google. And in the wee hours of the morning, when all the movie screenings are over, they come to life and decide to use the movie theater as like a play stage and reenact the relevant movie. So I guess it's kind of like a set in a theater Muppet Show type variety show. And it being Arabic, you may assume it teaches the morals of Islam. And not that I can understand the show, but to my knowledge, there is no Islam or Christianity. A lot of the episodes I could get my hands on, but I couldn't understand. I assume there's like makeup segments, which leads me to believe a lot of the morals of the episodes weren't related to any religion, but just, you know, love and compassion and all that, you know, nothing exclusive to religion. This show was by far the most requested VeggieTales ripoff. And there's really not much to talk about, mainly because I can't understand it and it's hardly documented. So yeah, so you can quite literally judge a book by its cover in this case. It's just a VeggieTales ripoff without Christ. But what if I told you this wasn't the only VeggieTales / Toy Story simultaneous ripoff? Well, let me tell you about Storyteller Cafe.
Let's go! Join in on all the fun with 1G's very inquisitive, very playful, very opinionated cartoons.
You gotta listen to me. A story from the book? All right.
Storyteller Cafe.
Now, this is a Gaither's Pond situation where it's obvious it was conceived for the market and not 3/4 for the Lord. Finding any information on the show is very difficult because it's completely obscured by a dining location, Storyteller's Cafe in Disneyland, Cali. There's only one little difference in the spelling, but damn it, does that Disney attraction make finding the show difficult. It had 9 episodes. Thank you, strange website that hasn't been updated since 2006 and somehow still up. The show also released in 1999, the same year as Toy Story 2. So, it's a bunch of toys in a cafe, literally just called cafe? Like, what are they, toys in a restaurant basement? Or did the owner's family live here? The restaurant setting isn't really important to anything, but like, why couldn't this be a house? It's practically a house, it's like a basement. There's no fucking context to anything in this show. Imagine Toy Story without Andy. Okay, imagine Toy Story without any context to the toys' owners. There's like a mom and a dad and a son who are anonymous, and like I guess the son struggles with religious beliefs, I guess. But it's like a Christian-owned coffee shop, and then the toys are interested in Christianity, I guess. Oh look, there's like a cowboy yo-yo or hockey puck. I don't know what the fuck this is supposed to be. With arms and legs, definitely not Woody.
Ugh, long day of shrimpo hunting. I can't wait to go to bed.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Oh, look, there's an Elvis lion because Lion, King of Rock and Roll, which Animal Crossing also did roughly around the same time.
I live in Ruckersville, Virginia, and I is 21 years old.
Each episode involves one of the characters doing something dumb, then Pete, who is like a G.I. Joe pilot.
Let's go, Pete! Yahoo! Come on, everyone! Let's have some fun!
Starts telling a Bible story relevant to whatever conflict just occurred. And then once the Bible story starts getting recited, the toys use like a laptop as a green screen and imagine themselves in Bible stories. Except one thing that like completely baffles me about the show is that the Bible is referred to as just the book. The book of what? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, who? The show feels oddly embarrassed to be Christian, which, you know, is a pretty bad thing for a Christian show to be. Like, it's like they saw, like, VeggieTales' general audience appeal in spite of religion.
We love it! Yeah!
Shut up, bitch!
Except, lots of people didn't care that VeggieTales was a Christian show because it was well made beyond that.
This here is Larry the Cucumber.
The book is full of great stories.
Yeah, and they're all true, too.
It's a little sad, though, that we can't go to church and celebrate.
The entire show is like, yo, dudes, you want to learn about Mary Magdalene? But no, we're not reading the Bible.
This is the Bible. You question the words of the mighty Jimmy?
Oh, here it is. It should take you and your 3 sons 120 years to build the ark.
Like, I've never seen, like, a Christian show where they read the Bible, refuse to be acknowledged as the Bible.
Hey, who ate my double chunk chocolate cookie?
The formatting also just makes no sense. Like, the characters don't know the Bible story. That's kind of the point. They're learning the Bible story with the audience, but they're somehow also reenacting it. VeggieTales also reenacted Bible stories, but that was with the cast members recast as biblical figures. So maybe if they did something original with a combination of biblical reenactments and original conflicts, much like VeggieTales, which used this sparingly, it just wouldn't be a logic error. Like, how are you gonna know what to do if you don't know the end of the Bible story? None of this makes any sense. And it's not funny either, so I can't excuse it. And of course it has to be shitty CG because it's a VeggieTales ripoff and VeggieTales was innovative for CG. In addition to this, the walls are decorated with a boy sitting quietly on a tree reading a book from a quote from Geoffrey Chaucer saying, "The life is so short, the craft so long to learn." The restaurant is presented in a style of buffet restaurants where guests can enjoy a variety of food available for them to pick up. Due to its Californian folklore theme, the decorations of the California Californian folklore are also displayed throughout the facility, mostly depicting artwork of early Californian settlers. Besides being themed after Californian folklore, some paintings are themed after literature set in California, such as the celebrated jumping frog of Calaveras County or Island of the Blue Dolphins. Items available on the buffet vary during breakfast, lunch, and dinner hours. Thank you, Storytellers Cafe. Oh, wait.
We wish that every rotten cloud would lose a smile and wear a frown. I love to gloom whoever's near. I love to spread my cheer. I love to scowl and stare. It makes me awfully bad. If folks were awful just like me,
there'd be much more misery.
And he'd be happy as can be. I'm so awfully bad, 'cause I'm awful.
He's awful.
Bad.
You and I have a lot in common. We both have disabilities. I can't walk, and you can't be nice.
George Bush doesn't care about black